Okay, so welcome back to the session. So we want to open RIHN 20th International Symposium. Okay, so welcome again. The RIHN 20th International Symposium, Knowledge and Training for Green Transformation will start. So to open the symposium, I want to invite the Yamagiwa sensei for your opening remarks. 真ん中でした。すみません。あそこにありました。あそこにありました。
Good afternoon, and welcome to Research Institute for Humanity and Nature. It's called RIHN. I'm Juichi YAMAGIWA, Director General of this institute. Since its establishment in 2001, RIHN has conducted 45 interdisciplinary research projects based on integration of humanities, social science, and natural sciences, and has made various proposals and suggestions based on the results of these research projects. From now on, we will use these results as a springboard to promote transdisciplinary research aimed at solving multi-scale and complex environmental problems from the local to the global level, and at creating a future-oriented society. Transdisciplinary research is a research activity in which researchers, companies, governments, municipalities, NGOs, and other stakeholders come together across various disciplines and sectors to address issues and work toward multidisciplinary solutions. At the annual RIHN International Symposium, various stakeholders from different fields and sectors participate. The 20th International Symposium held this year focused on green human resources, an important element for realizing the transformation to a green society. As humanity faces various global environmental issues and seeks solutions, human resources responsible for this transformation are necessary to achieve a sustainable society requiring new knowledge and occupational skills unlike ever before. At present, the common definition, education, skill enhancement, and mainstreaming of green human resources are still in the early stages. RIHN established the Green Knowledge Center this April with the purpose of collaborating across academia, governments, and the private sector to cultivate the capabilities of green human resources. This center supports the development of green human resources who promote the transition to a sustainable society from local to global scales through collaboration among industry, academia, government, and citizens contributing to the realization of social transformation. The Green Knowledge Center strives to continue and advance the effort previously made by the Education Division, the Uehiro Center of Japan Environmental Studies, and the Future Earth Center of RIHN. It targets activities that contribute to green social transformation both domestically and internationally, including the Terra School hosted by RIHN and initiatives within the University Coalition for Carbon Neutrality, for which RIHN acts as the secretariat aiming for collaborative involvement and development at regional, national, and international levels. The 20th RIHN International Symposium serves as the global kickoff symposium for the Green Knowledge Center and a forum where the efforts of domestic and international green talents active in the field are introduced. It also gathers relevant practitioners and researchers to come together and engage in discussions on the design, direction, and expansion of human resource development towards achieving a green social transformation. I hope that the discussion over the 2 days today and tomorrow will lead to significant progress in human resource development for the realization of a green social transformation. Thanks and enjoying our discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, welcome again. And I want to introduce very simply about the objective of this session. So, as Yamagiwa Sensei already mentioned, today's topics will be knowledge and training for green transformation. Yeah, so I'm Mrs. ASARI. I'm the total coordinator of this the symposium. And we want you to communicate with many researchers and stakeholders, so including TELA schools. So those who attending TELA school, please raise your hand. Yeah. So thank you very much for today's pitch talk and also poster session as well. So they are from all over the world as well. And also Green Design Lab members, participants, could you please raise your hand? Yes. So this is first trial for of Lean. That green talent is not only researcher, but also we need artists, designer, young researcher students, and also the normal people. So we started the new project, so-called Green Design Labo. So they are the participants. So they sometimes bring their articles or some cartoons, etc. So please enjoy their works later as well. So please communicate with many stakeholders here. And also, I want you to understand more about Lean. Very complicated, but we are here. So I'm now a member of Green Knowledge Center, so established this year. And also Educational Division, International Division, and Uehiro Research Center for Japan Environmental Studies. So Yoshikawa sensei is there. She will do the moderator for today's session as well. Today's, yeah. And also Future Center. So it's hosting the TELA school. So Ria-san and Ria-san is not here. Okay. Yeah. New member is also coming. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. So please feel free to contact us and understand more about what's happening in Lean. And also, of course, deepen the dialogue on green transformation. What is green transformation? And related knowledge and training. What kind? How? So I want to also learn from you and also discuss or make dialogue with you. So, and each of you can get ideas that will lead to the start of new projects as well, and the evaluation of each initiative. Anyway, so please spend 2 very fruitful days with coffee or good foods and good conversation. Okay, thank you very much. So we have also very important events today. We like to hold RIHN Honorary Fellow Award ceremony now. So RIHN recognizes foreign researchers who have made exceptional contributions to and cooperation to our institute by awarding them the title of Honorary Fellow and asking them to continue their contributions and cooperation to us for many years to come. We are pleased to recognize Professor Ilan CHABAY of Arizona State University. The certificate of the title will be presented by Director General Yamagiwa.
Professor Ilan CHABAY has served on the External Research Evaluation Committee of the Institute for RIHN for 6 years, with the last 4 years as chair. Not only did he actively advise and cooperate with the research projects of the RIHN, but he also greatly advocated the research activities of the RIHN as a whole, including young researchers through various meetings and special lectures, and provided valuable advice and suggestions on the direction of the RIHN research. He has also made a significant contribution in raising the international profile of RIHN based on his outstanding research achievements in sustainability research and his high reputation in the international community. It is our great pleasure for RIHN to confer this honorary fellow title on Professor CHABAY, and we would hope for further cooperation and support for the development of our institute for years to come.
So Professor CHABAY, please come to the front.
Thank you very much.
Photoです。Photo session.
There we go. You'll give it back? Yes.
Congratulations, Professor CHABAY. Thank you very much. So could you please give a brief speech?
I'll make it very brief because you got to listen to me afterwards anyway. So very briefly, first of all, thank you so much for the honor of being awarded this fellowship. But most importantly, to me, it's a wonderful celebration of now almost 14 years of interacting with RIHN and learning so much, not only the learning, but the friendships that have developed during that time and hopefully will continue. It's really been both a great pleasure, but also I think a really unique opportunity for me anyway, to learn in very different situations, different projects, working with people in different disciplines, different approaches. And it has, in a sense, constantly pushed me to try to open more of my eyes to these kinds of approaches that people, as all of you from all over the world, in very different cultural circumstances and conditions, all trying to address what we agree on is a critical issue for humanity and nature. But I don't really distinguish between humanity and nature. They are an irreducible part of a single system that we need to understand and act on as best we can to preserve human life, human culture, human existence as an integral part of the overall natural system, all living creatures, and all of the non-living resources from which we find a way to survive. And that, sharing that goal, I'm very excited about this lovely honor, partly because I hope it allows for further learning and collaboration between me and many of you in the future. I'm not stopping here. Somebody asked me, well, aren't you going to retire? And my answer is, well, I am about to retire because my car needs 4 new tires. That's retiring, as far as I'm concerned. But otherwise, I'm so excited to continue with all of you. Thank you very much for this.
Congratulations and thank you again, Professor CHABAY. So now we conclude this ceremony. But CHABAY Sensei, you are on stage. Okay. So we now proceed to the keynote speech from Professor CHABAY.
So, I'm sorry? No, I'll use this because I had a problem with my laptop, and it's better if you have the PowerPoint, I think, version. I hope it, yes, that's it. And hopefully it will work properly. Wonderful. Thank you. This will go away. Okay, that's all right. It'll go away eventually. So as I warned you, you're going to have to listen to me further, not just the shorter remarks, but I'd like to share with you some thoughts that were provoked for me by the whole idea of a green social transformation. And I began basically by asking myself the question, okay, what's green, what's social, and what's transformation? And I'd like to explore those ideas in this talk a little further, just from my own perspective, and perhaps it resonates with some of you in some of its aspects. Let me just see. Oh, there. I guess that'll work. So the question about implementing green social transformations, what are the dimensions, the social dimensions of decision-making that are inclusive? So if we're going to have a change or transformation, who decides? So I have a set of critical questions that are, at least to me, central. I will talk a little bit about methods of inclusive deliberative dialogue for transformation in adaptive cultures of sustainability. And I particularly like the term cultures of sustainability because they imply that the society has an investment in continuing the patterns of sustainability as opposed to having external targets set by someone and then they're supposed to follow those. If they become embedded in the culture, that's different. So hence that term. I want to talk a little bit about AI because everybody's talking about AI and there are some important parts of it and there's some serious caveats that we have to think about in terms of AI. Of course, you've been in the Terra School, been talking about transdisciplinarity. I'd like to look at it in a slightly different way, but as a groundwork for green social transformation and green knowledge in complex and conflicted conditions, situations. And finally, a little bit to connect back to the themes that we will hear much more about in very interesting talks throughout this symposium. So critical questions. What's the difference between transformation and change? Is that an obvious question? I'm not so sure. I think there are various forms to this, but we'll go into that. And okay, and how do we know if it is transformative, if it is a transformation, or is it just a little blip and a little change? And is transformation what we tell someone else to do and we walk away? And we say, okay, you guys go do this. That would be very nice of you and very nice transformation. Or do we really look for the opportunities and conditions for green social transformation in a collaborative process of inclusive decision-making and sustained implementation? And the inclusive and the sustained are connected. Because if it is not inclusive of different parts of a community, different groups, whether marginalized or mainstream, but not engaged, there's much less chance that implementation of the change or transformation will continue and will be strengthened. So what I will conclude with is something about a vision forward for RIHN and the Green Knowledge Center, leading the way to green social transformation across academia, business, and governance, as Professor Yamagiwa just referred to, and Professor ASARI mentioned, that how do we get that balance, if you will, which includes this, I think, quite important and unique balance with ethical, social, cultural norms that are founded on green social knowledge. So a little on change and transformation, and I apologize because I couldn't resist that some of my first career, which was in laser physics and chemistry, snuck into this, but I think there is a point to it that might be evident. And that is that, first of all, I think of change as being reversible. It's localized, it's a component, it can change, there's change, but it can change back. There may be hysteresis, it may not change back exactly the same, but basically it is localized. Transformation, in my view, is irreversible and is irreducibly systemic. And that is part of the reason that it is irreversible, because there are frictions that are, if you will, societal friction that dissipates energy in this process, and therefore it becomes irreversible. You can't get all the pieces of the system back together again. Humpty Dumpty couldn't get put back together again, as in Alice in Wonderland. But the point is that there are equilibria. We have a societal, and at whatever scale you would like, we sit in this equilibrium well. And yes, there are little changes and things fluctuate and evolve in some ways. But then if there's a sudden shock, and it can be an external shock, earthquake, flood, tsunami, whatever, or it can be an intentional development that pushes the society into another equilibrium situation. And the other problem with this, however, is that what really is transformation may not be evident right away. May take quite some time to realize how much has changed and that it is irreversible, for the better or the worse. So the shock or sustained force on the system, whether it's intentional like green social transformation, or unintentional, like natural or human-induced disaster, like climate change, may lead to transformation of the system. And green social transformation, thus, requires sustained systemic forcing at multiple levels across the extent of the system. Pushing on one little piece of it, one aspect of it, will not do that because it is systemic, and the other parts, in many cases, will compensate, and the transformation doesn't occur. So that's a tall order to make a systemic process out of it. So I'm very interested in how do we stimulate just, equitable social transformation? And I think it requires inclusive, culturally appropriate, deliberative processes. How do we have these conversations in different cultures, different conditions that allow the whole range of that community or society, depending on the scale, to be represented and guided by the action research that many of you are doing, and principled governance and practical experience. So the challenge is to implement the green social transformation by engaging social dimensions of inclusive decision-making and green knowledge in action research, business, academic institutions, and governance processes. But it's important to keep in mind, in my view, that scientific and technical knowledge alone are necessary, but insufficient. It is not simply that knowledge that matters. And similarly, green environmental, if you will, knowledge is also necessary, very important, but is without also considering the social and cultural values, the beliefs, the perceptions, the heuristics, then we don't have a way of actually making that transformation. So we need all those pieces going forward. And that means we also need to keep learning. We don't have the answers. And we will never have all the answers because the situation changes. So how do we build the kind of social, academic, business, governance processes that allow us to keep learning? Because we have to. It isn't like, and I hear this sometimes, oh, okay, we'll fix this now, and then we're fine. No, sorry, it'll change by then. And we can all think, for better and worse, of examples that we didn't see coming, and suddenly we're in the midst of it, and we have to figure out how to adapt, how to learn, how to change. So a couple of just to mention a couple of papers that I did with Sander Vanderlee, who's a good friend and was here at RIHN for many years involved, and Ordwin Ren and Solène Droy, on transforming scholarship to co-create sustainable futures. So we cannot just fix society, we also have to fix us as academics, as researchers, as thinkers. We're part of it. And a paper I did a few years ago with a Chinese colleague on what he called the green knowledge and how that influences behavior change, theory, and policy implications. Just a side note, I had long arguments with Professor Zhang in this case about whether these were realistic changes in the political system. I don't think we resolved that. but they were interesting discussions. So how do we go about addressing the challenge that I mentioned? Well, one is mapping the context. So how do we read the patterns of communication, influence, and resources using interviews, media, surveys, a whole set of things. All of you are probably quite familiar with different ways of doing that and are, from what I saw and heard in the last few days in Terra, are very knowledgeable about and are in the midst of using such things. So that gives us a kind of a conceptual map of the human space that we're talking about. Second, then, is an important aspect of narratives, to assess narratives that are visions that address local and regional impacts of global change. And I should say that narratives, I mean in this case, not simply stories. Yeah, they contain stories, but they're more than that. They represent, in a sense, what helps societies, communities cohere. They are part of how people recognize themselves as part of that community. So the ancient, very old cave drawings, you think, well, why did people draw these beasts, these huge mastodons or whatever they drew? Well, part of it is to say, man, look at us. We are powerful. Look what we caught. So it's part of, since humans were humans, that a way of consolidating the society, of bringing coherence to it. It also leaves me with the problem because I have never managed to answer Professor Yamagiwa's early question to me, do gorillas have narratives? So I won't try to address that now, but that still haunts me. But the point is to gather narratives and analyze them, not just to write a different narrative, but to understand what underlies narratives. Why do people form certain kinds of narratives and how do they change? So we need to understand what's underneath them. What are the fears? What are the biases? What are the beliefs that underlie those narratives? Because we cannot meaningfully address them if we don't understand them and don't listen to them. It's more about listening to those than writing them. And last area, the whole question of fostering inclusive decision-making by explicitly addressing inequities and conflicts of power, value, resources, using some techniques, which I will talk a little more about: joint fact-finding, question reframing and polling, and boundary objects. So, okay, the important thing for me, and having done this in highly conflicted situations, was to get, number one, a signed agreement on the rules of conduct. And the point was, this arrangement was for mutual learning, not for negotiation. And that's a big difference. If we're meeting in this room, all of us, and we're trying to negotiate something, we're pretty careful about what we let the other people see, what we want. We bargain around it. But that means we're not revealing what really is driving our kinds of choices and decisions. So when I ran this, I'll give you an example in a minute, I said, there's another room over there, and if you want to negotiate, feel free, but go out of this room and into that one. This one is about mutual learning. Interesting thing is that worked very well, and I'll show you more. So how do you go about this? One of these things is joint fact-finding. And the point is to, among the people in the room, not anywhere else, So if we, all of us, are involved in a decision-making process and a discussion, and we have this kind of a mutual learning environment, we can discuss what are facts about fisheries, about land use, crops in a particular area, about women's education, women and girls' education, whatever it is. And by finding a few facts that everybody agrees on, oh, okay, it's a cold day today, and there was too much snow on my front yard yesterday, or whatever. It's oddly enough, rather trivial things become a basis for trust building in a very small way. But once that happens, then you can also separate the things that are non-fact. We don't agree. Everybody has a different view of it, or there are different views there. Those are non-facts. Why are they important? Because those are the basis on which we really are in trouble. We can have conflicts. And so focusing that way on the values, because that's where the conflict inevitably comes from. People have different values on what's going on for lots of different reasons. Also helpful is question reframing. So we start out with some question that we're talking about, some issue, but it's worthwhile to circle back and find out, are we still talking about the same thing? Did we get off track? It's very easy to do. So it's worth doing that explicitly. And lastly, the idea of polling. So it's not voting on it and, the majority wins and the minority loses. That tends not to help resolve conflicts, but rather polling so that there's a gradual shift in the sentiment in the room. So, okay, more people are feeling like, yeah, I can get on board with that, or no, we're not even close, keep going. So it's iterative. And that helps also engage people over time and feel more trust, because they're not about to be excluded from the discussion or decision. So I'll use the example of the Polish Fisheries Roundtable, which I started with a Polish fisherman and a Polish environmental director of the World Wildlife Fund in Poland at the time in 2009. And they came to me and asked for some help because they had to make a single national statement in support of whatever they thought was most important for the common fisheries policy reform a couple of years later. Well, they could not agree among themselves. They were arguing with each other. There was no national consensus. This fisherman, head of a fishing union, and the World Wildlife Fund person approached me separately, but with the same comment that we've got to get this together. I said, yes, I think you do. And they said, how? I suggested this whole thing of joint fact-finding, question, repoll, etc. And so I helped set this up, and I started moderating it. In 2009, I was involved and had funding for 2 years. The remarkable thing is that everybody keeps coming. The fishermen are convinced that the environmentalists are the devil incarnate, and vice versa. And the top-down national ministry even signed the agreement and shows up. And it's going on its own now since 2009. So the other approach that's important is the idea of boundary objects, which can take all kinds of forms. Very interesting. And in fact, Ria and Andy and I had a session at the SRI conference in Panama in 2023, which was actually great fun and quite a good turnout and reaction. Moment on that, a little bit about some work I did in India and Odisha in August that used that. And then the idea, what is also very important is the idea of cultural artifacts and art as a means of representation of subgroups or parts of communities in deliberation that makes those groups visible and leads to a sense of legitimacy and hopefully even empathy. And I'll give an example of that. So this was from the 2023 SRI session on boundary objects that we organized and was great fun to do with Ria and Andy. And just one picture, and I apologize because I don't have a very good photo because I was too busy engaging with people, but that toy that they're playing with was one of the boundary objects. That was a toy I invented 30 years or 35 years ago. That was still a working prototype, but we produced many of them. But let me jump to India and to an area in Odisha in eastern India, just under sort of Bangladesh. We were about 300 kilometers southwest of Kolkata. This is a tribal area. It's in the forest. It's in the hills. And the problem is the question of, this is just the Bansbal district. There are many villages. That's the only point of that map. And what was interesting was the boundary object. So in the effort to get recognition, so they're recognized as, in quotes, particularly vulnerable tribal groups in this area. But what I found marvelous was that they made a set of maps. This is one example, and there were several, really quite wonderfully done, but they provide a basis to go and have a discussion with the district officer or whoever was relevant or other villages about where things are and what mattered to them. So it became a very useful boundary object because what happens is you argue about what's on that map and not argue about, oh, well, you said this, that's crazy, and becomes very personal, ad hominem. It often allows you to diffuse some of that tension. This was a wonderful example in one of those villages where there were flash floods that were wiping out the parts of the village below because they were in a kind of a funnel system with smaller rivers coming together into a narrower channel. And boom, once there was heavy rain, down came the flood. So we suggested building a very simple earthen dam, which you see part of there, and these people were working on it. And about 2 or 3 weeks after I left, I got this photo with the elephants. And it turns out that there were unintended consequences, in this case, very good ones, because the elephants decided, oh, great, we've got a swimming pool. We can go and drink here and bathe in it and not go into the village and cause trouble. So they actually decreased the presence of elephants in the village because they could go there instead of trying to come into the village for water. So it had the pond there doesn't stop the water, but it slows it down. And that was sufficient to deal with the flash flood situation, but it also dealt with the elephant. So let me come back also besides boundary objects, the idea of cultural artifacts, art and artifacts that are representative of groups involved. And the idea of creating visibility of social groups to help provide a degree of visible legitimacy, if you will. And one of the examples was just in the news recently from the conference in Belém. And, you know, you see these two indigenous, you don't see the face of the second one in the close to the camera, but wearing these fantastic feathered headdresses, which were indicative of particular parts of that culture in the Amazon. The point is not specifically what they're wearing, but that they are, it is not enough to say, here we are, there's a seat at the table, please join us, sit down, and by the way, shut up. It's rather saying, no, here's a seat at the table, bring who you are, your social identity, in whatever form works. So we can use song, we can use images, pottery, we can use weaving, textures, cloth, we can use song, we can use dance, all kinds of things that are understandably part of the social identity of different parts of the culture. And in every culture, there are subcultures, if you will. It's not uniform, even where one thinks of it as being uniform in the society. And by the way, what I mean is it's not only the marginalized communities, but the people who are part of mainstream but wouldn't show up to sit at a table with a bunch of high-powered lawyers and businessmen about something they feel they have nothing to say. How do we get them in the room and at the table in a way that becomes meaningful, so they feel they have, I have some of this here, just repeating this, about the social identities, contexts, and perspectives that they bring using different ways of cultural artifacts, and to leverage these artifacts to enrich the context so people understand more of what really is involved in these particular situations. Because very often the people who have been making decisions for everybody else really don't know a lot about the community to which they are imposing a view. And with that, I mean, one hopes to get also some empathy in the best case, but it's important then to strengthen the commitment to implementing decisions. Doesn't do any good to have decisions and not carry them through, or carry them through for 2 years and then they get abandoned. We see that quite often with some projects where there is no follow-up because there is nothing embedded in the society that encourages them to take ownership of it. So it's ownership and sense-making, and I would say also very importantly, this idea of collective agency. I can't fix the problem, but if we as a group act, we can do something. We have strength. We have agency. And I think that's a critical piece. And I don't know, I mean, many of you may have had this. I've certainly had this because I've been involved in political activity from civil rights to anti-Vietnam to the present. And just thinking, I'm going to do something, however strongly I feel by myself, you feel like I really can't do much. But if I've got a group to work with, maybe we have a chance to have some real influence. I just picked this as a quick example because I thought it was quite impressive. It's from a book by Ludwig and Elhani, a very recent book, just came out, on transformative transdisciplinarity, an introduction to community-based philosophy. I found it very wonderfully written, very interesting, based on years of work in both in Brazil and Nigeria. And just the point here is, without going through it in detail, but the list of different aspects that contribute to the the potential for transformation in this community in Nigeria. So it's not just the researchers and some parts of the community. It's all of the community in different ways. And I found that really fascinating. The agricultural activists and union workers, the school teachers and educators, the migrant farmers, the governance structures that are traditional there, and in some ways are quite top down, but it still engages the whole community. So I found that quite wonderful and highly recommend taking a look at that book. Okay, artificial intelligence. Do we get on the bandwagon and jump in and use AI or not? And how? Well, is it really smart to use this, particularly in terms of decision making on complex social ecological issues? And I think the question is, what about the biases and the lacuna, the things that are missing in the models, large language models, that are used to inform the AI? Doesn't come out of nowhere, it comes out of specific data. What's wrong, what's missing in that data? And very often we don't know because it's a big black box. We don't have a clue where the missing pieces are. So I think there is also a fundamental, long-standing problem here, which is the bias towards quantitative information and a bias against qualitative information. And in so many cases, we cannot understand meaningfully the quantitative information if you don't have an understanding of the context through qualitative information. So that was wonderfully done by a book in 1954, Darrell Huff, on how to lie with statistics. And it's really, I mean, it's a wonderful book. It's great fun. But makes very clearly the point, you can have statistics, and as we all know, you can cherry pick the data and come up with anything you'd like to say about whatever it is. We unfortunately have very much contemporary examples of people using data in the worst possible way like this. So my hope is there is also the opportunity, and the Green Knowledge Center is can be part of that, is how do we populate the large language models and the broader set of AI models with a deeper analysis of the cultural values and green knowledge that needs to be part of that. How do we make sure that these are representative of the issues we have to deal with? So let me sum up. I hope I haven't run over. Key points. The point of thinking about the difference between change and transformation, the scale and the inclusivity of that it requires both self-reflection on the part of us as researchers, but also collaboration in the inclusive decision-making and implementation to really address the impacts of global change. and to be able to use the toolbox of ways to go about decision-making in different communities and different contexts, and to think about how green knowledge and experience with green social transformation, how do we begin thinking about that so that it becomes increasingly equitable and responsible, including with AI, which I think we will not avoid, but the question, let's use it well. And many of you will talk about wonderful aspects of this and very informative things in the succeeding sessions. So I'm going to end with very much a personal plea, and that of Classica, the international research collaborative or alliance on knowledge, learning, and societal change, which I started in 2007 and is continuing. But the framework has been to think about bringing together art, culture, science, and technology to reimagine decision-making, to make more resilient and sustainable communities. And there's a point to doing this, a political point, if you will. That is that we are facing very disturbing time, in my view, and coming and flying back on Saturday to Washington, D.C., with real trepidation, because we're seeing the impact of anti-science, anti-democratic, authoritarian regimes, not only in the US, but all over the world in different places. And I think this is a very serious matter. And it's not only that the democratic aspect, but it's an effort to stop or slow or even reverse essential work on the future of humanity. What are we doing here if we've got people acting to shut down what we're trying to do, that don't understand it and push back on it? So with collaboration with RIHN, I hope, and the Green Knowledge Center, Classica, this organization that I started in 2007, and I seek to establish practices of inclusive democratic decision-making to create, really the goal in my view is change the norms underneath the radar system. So even in repressive regimes, at local levels and with groups of people, communities, one can change things by bringing together the ideas of just and equitable decision-making, deliberation, that I think we have to move forward. And this is the co-directors with me of Classica are Jennifer Helgeson, David Maggs, Ruth Mines and Dick, and Bin Wong, who have also been on the Eric RIHN's External Research Advisory Committee, and from whom I've also learned a great deal and are part of this effort. So thank you for thinking about all of these ideas and issues with me, and my sincere thanks for these wonderful years of working with RIHN. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please keep here. Yes. But in Q&A, if you have. So do you have any questions or comments? The one maybe question on the chat? Not chat, okay. So one question from ありますね。はい。So chat, so from Nick SOUSANIS-san, what what our speaker just said, writing anti-science and anti-democratic forces. Not question, sorry. Sorry, yeah, just comment. Yeah, agreeing. Yeah, you are.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, any question? Okay.
I hope I haven't gone too quickly over too many things.
Yeah, but also you will be back at the last session tomorrow again, and you have so many suggestions and keywords. Maybe this cover all sessions. Yeah, so maybe we can be back to your several questions.
Well, I think
again.
also the following session, from what I could see, really covers some very important things. But also, I hope I was able to make some links across some of those. We'll see. Daniel, you were gonna?
Yes, yeah, thank you so much, Ilan, for your presentation. It's really nice to have your overview and drawing on these different examples. And I wanted to follow on the question of the collective fact finding and ask how, or if you've encountered the situation in which, yes, we can find different facts, but we can also find that facts have different values for different people, and what to do in those type of circumstances in which people may evaluate different facts, or may be able, within certain value systems, to propose, well, a fact of our understanding is such and such. For example, in your fisheries experience, was that ever an issue?
If I understand the question right, Daniel, the point is that the non-facts are exactly those things where people do not agree on what are facts. And the point is that it's not an absolute measure. It's what we in this room can agree on or not agree on. So the point is that the thing where we do not agree, that's where we have to pay attention. We have to have the discussion about those values. What makes it a fact for one person and not for the other? And because it's a way of then focusing the attention, not on arguing about what's a fact or not, but acknowledging that there is a difference in the way people see those facts. And that, at least in my experience, like not just in that fisheries, but also working, for example, with migrant workers in Colorado, where there were questions about use of water resource and so forth. I mean, quite a few different examples. That it doesn't solve the problem, but it helps make the conversation more effective, more productive. It's not easy to do, by the way. I mean, to do it well. Yeah, they were.
Okay, please.
Thank you so much for that. I think that sets the tone really well for today and tomorrow, and thinking about green knowledge and how really you created an expansive view, but also really honed in on some very explicit community examples. And so really appreciate that. Thank you for that. But the question I had was returning to, I think, the provocation that you put out, which was, I think, a really powerful one about how we think about change and transformation. We use these words a lot in sustainability worlds, climate, environment, whatever terminology we lean toward. And it's true that there's an ambiguity about this, and I think you spoke to it in a really interesting way. So I kind of wanted to ask a question to follow up around that. With change, sort of read it as, I mean, you didn't say this explicitly, but I think you were saying this in some way, is that change is a little bit more reductive. It's a little bit more linear. You can move forward, but you can also move backward because you're on that same track.
Yep.
And then transformation is more systemic.
Yes.
And as we know from linearity, we get to an outcome quite quickly and we can predict things very easily. With systemic work, it's much more difficult to understand an outcome. Sometimes we never see those outcomes. So it's about doing a certain kind of effort or work where you have to sort of trust that that might lead to something, but you don't have the immediate validation of getting there. So I guess the question in that frame is to say, when you think about when you're working with decision makers or even communities, and you're trying to support transformation as opposed to just change, what are some of the methods, the practices, the approaches that you suggest or might work with that allow for that transformation, knowing that they may not see the result that they want to see, but knowing that is the way forward?
That's a really good question, a tough one. I think the point is, on one hand, to try to help people see the nature of a systemic transformation, so that, because what's really involved is nonlinearities. And so you made some change and the effect may be much larger than you expected or much smaller, right, in the short term. But you don't necessarily know what eventually transpires or how it may, what unintended consequences may accrue. So part of it is disabusing people of the notion, which is very easy to have, is we'll do this and then that'll fix it. What you do is you do what you understand, what you think you have a capacity for. You do it thoughtfully, the best you can as far as you can see. You can't see over the next hill. You're going to have to adapt, but part of it is understanding adaptation in this non-linearity mode. I mean, otherwise I don't have I don't have a solution to that, but at least understanding that, because otherwise there is also the risk that people simply feel burned out. Oh, it didn't work, so the hell with it. I'm not doing it. So there has to be some effort around that. I think there was another.
Thank you very much. So sorry, but the time is coming. So can you continue later? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so thank you very much, CHABAY sensei, again.
My pleasure.
But we can keep you 2 days, so okay, thank you. So we want to take a short break. So we want to start the next session from 2:15. So maybe 7 minutes break for another coffee. Yeah, and also we can talk with each other, CHABAY sensei as well.
Okay, hello everyone. Here we are. Ilan, you gave too much of a spark. Everyone is ready to conclude. We shall go to the reception. But we have 2 sessions here. And so I would like to get started here with session number 1, which is Manga as Method in Environmental Communication. It's really my privilege to be able to open this session today. And I'm so glad to see all of you here. I want to send a special acknowledgement and gratitude to the Terra School participators and the posters that they presented a few in the morning session, which are out on view in the lobby here. So today we begin with this idea of manga. And manga, as everyone knows, have become manga comics, we can say in general. We are using Japanese. Have become very popular. And in fact, there's this exhibition on now at the Fine Arts Museum in San Francisco, the de Young, called The Art of Manga. And it's been quite a success so far. And so I think it's fair to say that even 10 years ago, it would have been very rare to find an exhibition at a fine arts museum on something as popular and as normal every day as manga, but so it is. It's happening. And so there is some interesting thing that we can think, perhaps we can think a bit more about this form, why it appears now and what it can do. So, we can get rid of that little box there, please. Here we are talking also about the idea of green transformation, and the idea that we can use manga in a sense as a method in communication is something that we will think about today, because when it comes to environmental phenomena, we are talking about or cultural ecological phenomena. We know that we are talking about very complicated, multi-dynamic, very dynamic processes in which we are talking about the links, as Ilan was just describing for us, between different ways of knowing, different knowledge systems, different value systems. We are talking about local understandings of environmental phenomena. We are talking about different agencies that are at work. We are talking about different kinds of hazards and adaptation, and ways we are interested to link these ways of living in places into wider environmental discussions. And of course, this is one of the most famous images now that's used as a kind of shorthand for global environmental change. And it's something I think has become very familiar to many of us. But when you look at it and think about it, it's actually quite an abstract figure. And it's a testament to some kind of science communication that has become so effective, but it certainly cannot communicate to everybody equally. Because here we are looking at a vast field of super complex interactions. We are talking about lots of different types of actors and agencies, biological, chemical, corporate, financial, all kinds of institutions, human and non-human, multi-species, things which are visible and invisible, that are operating at the micro scale and the macro scale, that are linking molecules and also hemispheres, that are cascading across ecosystems here very locally and across places that are very, very far away. And so we are talking about things which have lots of dynamism in time, in space, in the quality of their existence, and so on. So that to discuss behavior change by local peoples, green knowledge transformations, and so on, is in ways that make sense in light of global carbon or climate adaptation or preservation of biodiversity, is obviously a very, very complex matter. All of these different phenomena which are operating, which are all dynamic and all moving in so many dimensions at once. And so in science, of course, we tend to use a lot of words. It takes a lot of words to describe these type of interactions. And the words keep coming. The journal articles keep going. And the articles seem to get shorter and more numerous and longer, and so on. And though publication is very important to scientists, it's not that common that scientists are very great writers or storytellers, or in this case, very expansive artists. And in this case, we can see that this box here represents nature. Works as a mode of communication in some fora, but not at all in others. And so in most conferences, after people got done, scientists got done discussing these type of very complicated interactions and the kind of interventions that are necessary, then you would get to the session in which people would say, so how do we communicate all of this to the people? But here, we're starting with this question in the first session. And the reason is because we're not interested to talk about manga as a way, like a new sophisticated method for one-way communication of pre-decided ideas, but instead to propose a kind of process of engagement, a process of discovery and also of self-reflection, and to examine manga as a method of knowledge production. And it's interesting to think about how and why it is suited to this task. So we have, in this session, we will raise essentially four kind of key points or points of entry into this discussion. And one of them is that the reason that we treat manga in this session is because in the up above, technically, manga or comics drawing is very technically suited to description of super complexity and of human environmental interactions. And it may not be the case that you understand why that is, but I think that by the end of the session, we will. And secondly, because manga are not just communicative, but they're also can be very creative, interactive, and accessible. And they can enable a kind of a hybrid observation of lived environmental knowledge and experience. And thirdly, because manga are humorous and emotional, and they engage people, they enter people into a situation, they enable a kind of perspective on that situation, they enable imagination and dialogue. And thirdly, because they can, or fourthly, sorry, because they can engage culturally particular questions of people and place in relevance to contemporary transformations. And so these are kind of some key ideas that I think each of the papers is going to investigate or inquire in their own way. And so with that, I would like to invite our first speakers. You might notice that these summaries correspond roughly to the speakers' presentations. And we begin, we have four really nice papers. I'm really happy to be able to have these people here. All of them are here in the room except for Nick SOUSANIS, who joins us. He's in San Francisco, where he teaches, lives and teaches, and was invited to come but couldn't attend because of his teaching schedule. So we have Nick by Zoom, and then the other presentations here following. Nick is a professor in San Francisco State University. He runs an interdisciplinary comic studies programs. He was the author of a book, Unflattening, about comics and how they work, which was written originally as his dissertation, written as a manga, as a comics, in order to talk about what comics do. That book was the recipient of the 2016 American Publishers Association in Humanities Award for scholarly excellence, and also in the 2016 Lind Ward Prize for the best graphic novel. So very happy to have Nick here with us. Nick, can you hear me there?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, good. We can hear you. And so I want to invite you to share your screen and we will get going.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for having me, Daniel, and the other organizers. Thanks to everyone there. I can't see you, but I believe there's people there. Sorry, I can't join in person. It sounds amazing. Let's see if we can get this going. Can you see it? Yes? I'll take that as a yes. You would stop me if you couldn't. And can you hear me?
Can hear you.
All right. Okay, so I'm Nick, and I'm going to take you through a little of what I do, what I teach, a little bit about how comics work, examples of my process. Some of the connections I think I'll try to connect directly to our subject, and some of them I think will be implicit and can make them on your own and hopefully in later conversation. So, as Daniel mentioned, I did my dissertation entirely in comics form. It was published as Unflattening, and it's a challenge to what schooling looks like, to school as an institution. And I'm going to go pretty fast through a lot of images. And specifically because I'm doing a dissertation, I challenged the very format. Like, why is 12-point type double-spaced 1 by 1 by 1 by 1.5 inch margins? Why is that scholarship in drawings not? So it very much argues for itself. It argues for the visual. It argues for comics. It argues as in working amphibiously in the worlds of image and text as a way to maybe get outside of some of our boundaries, some of our limitations in only working in one mode. So for me, it was a way to get outside of it. And I think one of the key things, it's a really tiny panel in here, is that to prepare good thinkers, we need to cultivate good seers. And so now I'm still making comics, but I'm also teaching comics. I got to start a comic studies program at San Francisco State, and I get to cultivate good seers and talk about why that's important. And I draw my syllabi. I try to do this from the start. I just made a mini comic for my syllabus. We do some other projects there, which I'm just going to mention for a second. I've been working on adapting comics for blind and low vision readers, which is kind of an aside, but I just wanted to put it in here. I made a comic about an accessible comic about the challenge of doing it. And we actually tried to adapt my own work into a audio and tactile version, which still a work in progress. But back to what we do in class. We study and play, and I try to show my students that those are the same things that we learn through play. And students do all kinds of things. They make works about health and mental health. They make works about environmental things. This was a brand new student, but tackled microplastics. During the more shut down parts of COVID, did comics about COVID itself and about Corsi Rosenthal boxes. Students think about time, and students think about comics themselves and what they can do with comics and how comics can be a way to do your thinking. And this comes from two students as a team up, and I think this really serves to say what I try to get my students to understand. And I think one of the things I'd like to get across today is we learn that how you think is more important than how you draw. And I think it's really true. I get some students who come in with just beautiful skills, and I get some that come with, none. And all of them, I think, can learn to do their thinking in comics in really complex ways and handle complex challenges, which is what we're all talking about here. One of the ways we do it is I try to get them to get past thinking of comics as prose and illustration, and perhaps instead, as the Canadian cartoonist Seth said, to think about it as poetry and graphic design. So just a couple more examples from that. We've done pictureless comics, so comics that are all about words. And I'm going to say more about this a little later, but this was a student dealing with a pretty difficult domestic issue, and it was entirely no drawing, but yet entirely visual. This was a non-drawer making a comic about his grandmother who had Alzheimer's, and what I love about this comic is the 3 panels where he drew nothing. And I'll just read those 3. I didn't know my grandma. I was told about her. This person no longer existed, and then she was nobody. Like, he just understood what the form could give him, how he could say complex things with the form, not because he's a great drawer. And then the final one, which I always share, again, another non-drawer, these very negative words that she's feeling the weight of these words on her shoulders. And here, there's these positive words, but she is strong. And here she plays a lot with the boxes in ways that we'll also talk about in a bit that comics can do. This is a story about a girl who couldn't fit in a box, and they laughed from their boxes that fit as she contorted and twisted, unable to find a place. And the final page shows she makes her own box out of words, sounds, and pictures, and soon she learns that there is no need for borders, that boxes restrict her unnecessarily since she can go anywhere she wishes. So these students didn't become great drawers necessarily, but they really understood how to do their thinking. They really understood that the comics form was a place to do thinking and to do rather complex thinking. So I'm going to come back to me. I was into comics as a kid. I made my own superhero comic through high school, but I came to university, and unlike now when I offer classes in this, I couldn't study it. I couldn't think about it, and I don't think I would have. I really only saw it as entertainment. And I wanted to do intellectual things. I have a degree in mathematics as an undergraduate. But later, I came back to making comics. This was around the 2004 US presidential election. And I made this comic about security. And here I am narrating. And for those of you familiar with comics, it's very much reminiscent of Scott McCloud's Understanding Comics, which was a seminal work about what comics could be, and had a huge influence on me and things like it, and on comics and education. But there's Scott doing his thing, narrating as the character in the comic, and I love his work. And I said, I don't want to just do this. I want to do my own thing. So I had to make a second comic around the election, And I turned instead to this. This is a comic about 9/11 made by Alan Moore and Melinda Gebbie, and it's a visual essay. Everything's in metaphor. Images are metaphorical, the words are metaphorical, and that really struck me as something productive, something I could work with. And so after that, I made this comics called Show of Hands, or it's about voting. And every single panel in it had to have something to do with a hand. So at the beginning, I smashed my narrator. And then all the panels have something to do with a hand, whether it's Michigan, which is where I'm from, it's what our state looks like, all these other things. So that really sort of brought me back into comics and thinking about what I could do with them. This was a comic we did about games and art while I was still in Detroit. And talking about why games aren't just for kids is all done through a series of fictional rabbit characters. I did another comic for the 2008 presidential election here, attacking the idea of red and blue states with fictional red and fictional blue characters. And so I've continued that. And when I came to Columbia to do my doctorate, I said, this is the kind of stuff I can do. And I made a comic on my then 90-year-old professor, Maxine Green. And rather than drawing Maxine as what she looked like, I drew Maxine as what she felt like, this spinning top, this dynamo that could make giant connections across ideas. I did a chapter in a book on narrative research for another professor. And it's a comic that, depending on who you are, you think it's about something different. So it's about the process of doing research, but it's also the process of how we make a drawing. And it's also about seeing. And I tried to keep things in metaphorical terms so that any person could look at it and get their way in. And if you knew exactly what I meant, you'd get it. But if you didn't, it still would mean something to you. So my formal decisions, that was sort of the first one, that I was going to sort of move away from myself as the character in that sort of illustration way and use visual verbal metaphors to get at the work. After Unflattening came out, I was asked for the 2015 Paris climate talks by Nature to make a comic for them. And I told them in the conversation that, like, I'd love to do it, but if you want me to have a character walking around explaining it, I'm out. I'm not that guy. I'm not good at that, and that's somebody else. And they still hired me. As I tried to deal with the massive information we were trying to wrestle with, it was like, well, what kind of thing holds this together? What is this project like? And I thought about the Apollo project to put people on the moon and the scaffolding there, and then the Eiffel Tower is in Paris, so I thought about Paris and the Eiffel Tower, and I thought, well, all right, well, what if I have this sort of framework that's being built throughout the comic, and that's just sort of referenced throughout, and it's holding the narrative together, but it's not directly addressed. And so I sent them this sketch. And they had no idea what I was doing, because you can't really look at that sketch and have any idea. But they said yes anyway. And as it turned out, as I got into the research, that the very first climate conference convention was called the Framework Convention on Climate Change. So I was kind of onto something without knowing it. And you can find this online. But throughout the comic, this frame gets built. And it gets built, and sometimes it's falling down. And at the very end, it sort of takes over the page. So it was a way that I could use metaphor to take all this, it's just so many different things, to still keep it visually engaging and have something that makes it one thing. So I wanted to say a few words about what comics can do and link that back to my work. And so the affordances, what can we do with comics? So one key one is multimodality. So the use of things like, besides image, obviously, but color and gesture and multimodal could mean sound and other things like that. But in this case, for Mysterious Polyp, where color is doing something, the way the figures are drawn does something, the text, the font styles do something, the shape of the word balloons, all those things come through and give you a range of complexity, even at something that you can take in at a glance. I don't work in color, so we can think about the quality of lines that we make. That too brings a lot of impact to the reader without them even knowing it. Obviously, the sort of person on the street tends to think about comics as words and pictures. As Harvey Pekar said, you can do anything with words and pictures. And R.C. Harvey said, that comics allow you to blend pictures and words for a meaning neither can achieve alone without the other. See, I don't have a fat head when he takes off the thing, right? There's a joke being made there. And you can see it in things. Alan Moore is quite known for this, is from Watchmen. You know, the tie is all tangled up, and the text says, sometimes I look at myself and think, how did everything get so tangled up? Right? There's this resonance between text and image that allows them to be something more than they are separate. In this from Alison Bechdel's Fun Home, it was his passion, and I mean passion in every sense of the word, libidinal, manic, and martyred. And there she's drawn her dad in this position of with Christ on, you know, carrying the cross. You know, she's not doing that by accident, right? So the resonance of image and text is key, but also the fact that text becomes a visual element. This is Will Eisner saying that the word balloon is a desperation device to make the ethereal visible, right? It's the only medium where the text has to be seen. And that people have been wrestling that since the early days of comics and way before comics were comics. And each thing, you know, rather than saying he shouted, someone said sadly, it's all in the visual. There's so much that you can convey through the visual. You can see this in Jean Yang's American-Born Chinese. We know that yes isn't really part of the text, I mean part of the scenery, but we feel it. And it also guides our eye. So the word balloons in this flash comic, they take us, they help us figure out where to go. A well-designed comic does that. Oops. And then last thing, how do we make it, you know, loudness, the sound effect is a very comic book thing. It's a comic booky thing, right? And the sound effect can become this really visual graffiti across the page. And I have thousands of examples of this. And they even have, and this is a battle in a snowstorm, comics without pictures. And I've turned that into an activity for students, and that ties into that activity I showed earlier. To get to some of the sort of core definitions, Scott McCloud's idea about comics as a sequential art, and where he says, juxtapose in other images in deliberate sequence. So my fist in a box, my fist extended in another box, two static images, nothing happens in comics. But the reader takes these two static images and animates them. They bring that to life. And I think that's really key. But the other side of it is that the passage of time has to be written in space. And here I've redrawn a Paleolithic lunar calendar drawn on a bone. And I think the fact, you know, how did they make sense of the moon changing? Well, they noted it down graphically on a surface, and they noticed how it changed, right? And that kind of thinking is so core to what comics are and so core to what humans are. And I think comics, despite the fact they don't move, are this phenomenal form for handling time. Eisner talks about comics as being sort of relative, right? Like how does time doesn't move like it does in film with the cogs of the wheel. It moves how you feel it and how you organize the panels. And just a couple fun examples. You know, this repetition here, we see this child grow to become old, and then she says, well, that sucked, right? But the repetition of her hair, her glasses, and the green dress allows us to make that connection. From Tom Gald, it's a pretty simple cartoon. I got tired of hearing about so-called infinity pools, so I created a genuine one. This is my first length. Good luck. And these three panels do so much work as the man ages, as time passes. And he says, impressive. T. Bowie's the best we could do. She's learning about her parents. And here we see a scene with her as a child and her dad as a young man, which happened. Here we see her as a young woman and her dad as an older man, and that happened. But these scenes where she's a child and he's a child can't happen. But she allows us to have those juxtapositions of time with the red shirt and the smoke. We can keep those things both together and separate. So comics handle time really well. And the final part I want to say about their affordances is sort of the heart of my own thinking on them. Is the fact that, sure, we can read sequentially, left to right, top to bottom, in the ways that we read, but also because they're visual, we start to take in the whole all at once, simultaneously. We start to make connections from the lower right back to the upper left, and we connect words to pictures and pictures back to words. Like reading is no longer that sort of hierarchical, it's nonlinear in the ways that our keynote was saying. So you might see associations that stretch web-like in my text here, but then notice I've done a spider here. So that goes back and forth. So comics are kind of tree-like and hierarchical, but they're also rhizomatic, sort of woven in a single form. And in this page from Watchmen, I think the character of Dr. Manhattan sort of speaks to that. He's sort of time displaced. He's like the reader. And he says here, there is no future, there is no past, you see. And his character, sure, we read left to right, top to bottom, but these scenes take place 30 years prior. So, but if as a reader, we can see them all at once. There is no past on the page. McLeod also talks about this. Both past and future are real and visible and all around us. So the idea of holding both the sequential, the linear way we move through time, but also the all at once, the way our thinking goes, something really unique to comics, and their flatness and staticness really makes that possible. It's kind of a superpower, I think, that we care about both the individual drawings and the meta drawing that is the whole page. And you can see it. This is a neat example on the comic about the Louvre by Marc-Antoine Mathieu. And if you see in the background going through all 9 panels is this pyramid shape, which represents the Louvre. But if I showed it to you as separate panels, you'd miss it. You need that whole page. In this one from Gasoline Alley from 1930, the character bumbles sequentially through the comic, but it's really a simultaneous scene. So it's very strange if you start to actually think about it and think about the fact he starts on the left, he starts on the, it doesn't make any sense, but we accept it. So this idea of simultaneity, which is referenced directly in Asterios Polyp here, simultaneity, the awareness of so much happening at once, is now the most salient aspect of contemporary life. And this comic is sequential, and it kind of collapses. So it allows comics to do these really weird things that can only happen in comics. Like this guy trying to get his fruit. He can't get to the top of the tree, so he walks backwards. You're like, what? He's walking backwards? What does that make? Well, he walks backwards because he can walk back against the panels. He can do things that don't make any sense in normal space. The panel becomes a part of the story. Here, the panel is marking time, but it's also marking another dimension that they can step out of. Here, it's marking time, but it also marks a psychological dimension. The French comic Mr. Invincible, the character is aware of his existence in a comic, so he can see what's happening in the other panels and interact with them. It's fun stuff, but it gives you a lot of potential for what you can do to get complexity around. And the way that comics braid time and space across a page also works across the comic. Again, from Asterios Polyp, this scene of a living room appears 6 times across the book, and they're drawn this from the same angle and the same framing, and you make these connections across it. Even though it's never mentioned. Watchmen, it shows this blood-splattered smiley face. It shows up, I don't know, hundreds of times in the book. In Unflattening, I came up with this symbol, and then I just used it a whole bunch of times in the book. I don't talk about it, but the fact that it shows up allows a visual connection, sort of in the same way that the framework I did in the climate comic does. Richard McGuire's Here is a really phenomenal comic that has all these overlapping, it's not sequentially moving, but it has all these times overlapping, but over a single space, the corner of a living room of a house. So for me, the second decision was, how do I embody the ideas in the shape of the page? How do I think about how the reader moves through the composition? And this is a comic I did on entropy for the Boston Globe, or sort of the things that go against entropy, like life. So the comic moves linear, and then as it goes down here, it starts to move left or right. Sorry, I clicked. Starts to move right to left, and then bottom to top. So comics not only add words and pictures, but they really change what reading means. And this is me figuring out. They challenge the hierarchy, the linear hierarchy of reading. And so composition really matters. How we organize the page really matters, because it can tell a lot of the story. And I have an activity about this that I'm just going to jump over called Grids and Gestures. But yeah, I'm going to jump over these just because it's easier to talk about it here. Like, I want to talk about the flow of water. So the page itself flows, and it asks you to read it in this snaking way. This is about Scheherazade, the Arabian Nights tales, and the page moves like her name feels. This is about kaleidoscopic thinking, and so the page itself is coming from all these different directions. And so to me, I start to think about comics as kind of a choreography. How do I get you to move through it? How do I get you to experience the different beats? And we're immersed in choreography from before we're born. The contemporary cartoonist Chris Ware's work is this mix of linear moments, sequential moments, but also the off to the side, the fragments that go off there, the fragments of memory that are frozen in the side. So again, sequential and simultaneous. So I think comics are this profoundly powerful way to represent our thinking, but also a profoundly powerful way to generate our thinking. And I think that's really an important thing. You know, so you make a mark, and your visual system, which does all this work, sees something new in it. So I like to share my sketches, and I share my sketches. It's cool to see what are the Easter eggs, what I did, what I didn't do. But it's really to say, the sketch teaches me where to go. I engage with that and it shows me new things. People say, do you think of the words first or the pictures first? And I say, yes, because I make this mess of marks and the marks say, try this, try this. And it becomes very, very much sort of this play between them. I'm going to jump over these two. I'm going to jump over this whole example just because I have a suspicion I'm at time. I'm going to give you one more example and then just a couple pictures to wrap this up. This is that page about Scheherazade. And I knew kind of early, rarely for me, that I wanted to include it. As I was thinking through it, this is a page about the transformative power of stories. And it goes off the Arabian Nights. I'm having each panel sort of zoom to the next. In the middle, I wanted to say by stories, I don't just mean the fantastic or the fabulous. I also mean things like science. And if I was writing, I could have said that and been done. If I was illustrating, I could have said that and put a picture of Einstein. But because I'm trying to have something embody those ideas, I needed something that represented that science. So I started looking at what was going on in science when the Arabian Nights tales were written down and where they were written down. And I stumbled on some work by the Persian astronomer working in the Arab Empire named Al-Tusi. And his work had been picked up 300 years later by Copernicus to make his revolutionary work. I already had a page about Copernicus. I was onto something. So I spent a bunch of time trying to figure it out. And then eventually it becomes this little corner of the page. So my point in this, what I sort of learned from it is that it's not just that I could make my work accessible by using comics, but it also changed how I think. There's nothing in my notes that says I should learn about this obscure bit of Arab astronomy, except the drawing said, go there and keep trusting that. So what I see for me that it really becomes a different way of thinking. I see this in my students who don't come with the kind of experience I do. But if you think of drawing from the beginning, it changes what you can do. So I'm in the midst of a new work. I'm just going to give a couple teases. It's really about thinking and drawing. And I'll give you a couple teases. We had an AI. I'll skip
Nick,
the AI.
Nick, I'm sorry.
Time up?
Yeah, time's up. If
Okay.
Last.
Yeah, because I don't quite know when we started. So
Yep, there's a timer there that says for 4 minutes over, but it's
all right then. Well, anyway,
yeah.
thanks for your time, and I'll hear the rest of the folks.
Right. Sorry to interrupt you like that, but thank you so much for your
No, you're
presentation.
good. I really got lost when we started at some point. So
It's okay. Thank you so much for that presentation. And I think that what we'll do is we have a little bit of time at the end for a discussion, so we'll kind of forego the question at this moment, unless there's somebody who urgently would like to ask. So then I would like to invite Frederic, Julian to the front. So Nick, thanks so much for that, and we will see you at the discussion. Frederic is another, like Ilan, an old friend of RIHN's. He's a member of our external evaluation committee. He's an anthropologist and a primatologist, and has also been working in graphic narrative for a number of years. He developed a technique which he called anthropographics or anthropography. And it is, we've had just that example from Nick as the author, the artist as author, an author as artist, but in Frederic's case, he take manga and artists into the field in order to see what happens when you do that. So Frederic will offer his paper, Popular Art in the Service of Science for All Initial Achievements. Frederic, please, welcome.
So thank you, Daniel. Thank you to all people from the RIHN. I will speak about anthropography, but I will have some general slides at the beginning, then case studies just after. And I would like to say that's a collective work. And I do speak as a scientist, but I learned a lot from all experience I got with some colleagues in Japan and in France and partners. So first, I wanted to say that the topic of this meeting, of course, makes me think to what we think about the progress. And the progress usually has a dark side, in fact. And when I put popular mechanics as a journal for illustration of what is pop culture. When we said pop culture, we don't think about techniques, but techniques or technologies were, I think, one of the key factors of the modernity, and we have to face this situation. So the climate exchange question, for me, is related to what I call hyper complexity. And Daniel talked about complexity, super complexity. So I won't come back inside. And I just confront this type of conception of progress to another most complicated one, which is the bio dimension. And I put example from Takayama case studies in Japan. So that's complexity because it involved technical aspects and, of course, bio aspects. So I see that science should treat this type of question. Of course, we have some example from manga, popular art in Japan, and Atom Boy or Blackjack from Tezuka are good example of an illustration of what is techno vision of the future, and I would say the dark side of that. But the problem that when we have some dramas and things like that, we are very attractive. But when we talk about future and nature, sometimes it's less attractive. But I saw a kind of counter-example with Miyazaki case, because Miyazaki was perceived as kind of a universal way to think about nature. So the universality of Miyazaki and the fact people like Princess Mononoke was very well received all around the world. So it was another way to speak about the modernity and the nature. I give this example because it was translated into French, Underwater, by Yoshibara Yuki, who deal with fiction. And fiction is grounded on some local experiences from Izu Peninsula in her case. And she was able to speak about the question of water resources and all the problems with water in Japan. What I wanted to mention too, that with this example from famous French mangaka, is that possible to remove the sorry, Daniel, is that possible to remove the I cannot see my slide. Okay, I can look like. Okay, the word without end was translated into English, and it was a very successful book in France. It was the bestseller in 2020. More than 1 million books were sold. So it was the best French bestseller. So the French bestseller is a manga. And we have to think about this support in terms of influence. So what I wanted to raise as a question, it's about, of course, all the misunderstandings we can relate to hypercomplexity, and we face that. And the manga, it's one way, local and limited, of course, way to face the hypercomplexity and the societal blockage for me. How to reduce, is it a role for anthropologists or for transdisciplinary studies? Yes, I think it is one of the roles of the anthropologists to reduce blockages, misunderstandings, and all those, I will say, misunderstanding related to the word we're using. And when Daniel gave some example of scientific publication, we are exactly on that point. Sorry. But most of the publication in our domain in human sciences are made by language, through language, with language. And discourses are everywhere. discourses, and we trust discourses. But in fact, we didn't take enough attention to images. And in some respect, to some respect, images are more universal, are more able to transmit cultural differences, cultural variation, practices, waza. All those dimensions are very important if we want also look at action, at production, and at practices. It's the reason why I came into this type of topics 15 years ago as a scientist, but also as an editor. And I try to involve images, photographies, and manga in science. So how to do that? What I try to do, it's to go over the question of language and to look at the way we can use mangas, not only as book, but also as exhibition, as poster. Kamichibai in Japan are a good example of the way we can use images to display to children or to make some education. But we will need also to think where we can read. We can read in the metro, we can read in libraries, we can read in different places. But according to the situation we read and we have access to manga, in fact, the perception of the science could be different. And we don't play enough with this type of things. So we have to think in terms of place to read. Also, the style of manga. We have academic manga, we have fiction, we have serious, non-serious, didactic, terroristic mangas. Those exist. But the question for me, it's a question of translation, or more than translation, of expression of science. Because in the long term of human history, we were in oral societies. And written societies came lately, in fact. So, and most of transmission are made by orality and images. So we have to play with those type of things. And of course, I came into a project I called anthropographic because I want to put the drawings before the logos. In some case, to describe some situation. Of course, we need to analyze. We are scientists, but we need to express also in different way emotions, forms, and the first act of a scientist to describe. And describing could be put in words, but also in drawings. So I'm looking to touch diverse public, but also to tell the science, the scientific methods. So the reason why I'm trying to put scientists into the cartoon, so to tell research in action. In many cases, people don't know what is the scientific activity, and we have to explain that, to express that in a different way. So another point was the co-writing. So working together with a mangaka, it's not so easy, in fact. And for me, it took a lot of time before I was able to find a good way to work. And the best way to work, it was to bring mangakas in the field with the scientist. And we work together at the same time. Usually we work as a scientist before, and we ask filmmakers or mangaka to draw stories after a while. But since the situation have changed, and we need to describe sometimes in the same moment the phenomenon. So it was also a possibility to give voice back to the actors, and for example, to give back voice of animals or lives, different elements, physical elements too. And of course, to try to create book for pleasure and not only book for, I would say, serious things. Why manga? Because manga, I think Nick SOUSANIS example is very good, so I won't come in this detail, but because the possibilities are enormous, are very big, and we are able to speak about alterity, about otherness, about different lives, and of course it's a cumulative art. So cumulative art means text and images, but also in some cases animates. So that's just a picture of a kamichibai. And of course, the manga is also a way to speak of unsaid things, invisible things, or forces, invisible forces, and to represent imaginary ideas. So all elements are not visible, and but can be put into frames in a very easy and clear manner. I took an example of Tintin. One of the most famous French scientists is Etienne Klein, and Etienne Klein imagine a kind of dialogue with with Albert Einstein, and he make a dialogue possible on in a manga, and that's mixed science and fiction in a particular situation, and for didactic purpose, it's very interesting. So framing, editing, it's also a way to deal with time. We saw it with Nick SOUSANIS before, but if I take classical manga from Kiriko Nanano, manga is also a way to express time, to express silence, to express emotion between different humans. And that's the case with Kiriko Nanano. So alterity with Möbius, Daniel Krauss about multi-subjectivity. In one frame, in one page, you can have 6 or 8 different visions of one person. That's a very efficient way to report on the field. We can mix pictures and drawings, as it was made in a photographer. And we tried that in our journal Technique and Culture in France. And we moved to anthropography with the example of the washi. You have example in Nairobi, and I printed some the catalog of the exhibition. And washi was a good example in order to put together in the same field in Kurotani village with washi makers, the artisan, the mangaka, the anthropologist and the designer together in order to describe at the same time a similar situation. And we focused on different way, on different topics. I focused on gesture. I record, I did movie of the way they peel the bark of the kozo in that case, and mulberry, and the mangaka just put a larger scale and was able to describe the whole situation as he did like that. We make an exhibition in partnership with SEICA, but it was during the COVID. And after a while, we had 2 exhibitions last year, and it was an occasion for architects to meet the exhibition and to invite us, in fact, to work on different topics. We worked on garbage, for example, and one of the quality of the manga, it's also you can put in one board only different action in different place of the city. For example, the work I did with Yann-Philippe Tastevin on fixing the world, and we did an exhibition at the Museum, it's a French museum in Marseille, on garbage, cultures, lives of garbage, we called the exhibition. And it was the possibility to show Zabalin activities in Cairo. And Zabalin are the people who can deal with garbage. And we, on this board, were able to describe the whole situation in different settings of Cairo. So manga is also that. And I was contacted by a French mangaka called Aurélia Orita, and she wrote a famous book in France, Fraises et Chocolat. It was on her biography in Japan 20 years ago. And I knew her, and she proposed me to, she asked me for being her master. So she did a master with me on the manga and human sciences, and we came into a work together, and we did some experiments in France and in Japan 3 years ago in Uji. And we came into Mayotte Island with an architect, Mathias Cambrelin, to work on artisan on the island of Mayotte. The island of Mayotte is wonderful island at a tropical level next to Madagascar, as you saw, but facing a terrible demographic problems, immigration, land erosion, water resources problems, many problems we have all around the planet, but in a very acute way on this small island. And when we arrive in the island, we have a modernist vision of the future with concrete first, and they sell that type of modernist vision. And the NGO Bamboo à Mayotte asked us to work in different way and to try to make an inventory of construction practices, promoting bamboo and clay construction on the island. And we try to put together 3 different narratives: the architectural writing, the anthropological writing, and the manga style writing, in order to convince people and to talk with politicians and to train people. So we follow artisan on the island like that, and we describe all the gesture and the knowledge of the people, the skills, and we try to describe in a very detail the way they deal with materials, bamboo and clay and different other fibers in order to build houses. At the same time, Aurélia was drawing in situ all the situation, and she made watercolors in the field and show and gave to the people some watercolors. So I came into ethnographic narrative in a book, and we start an iterative process with the people. So we wrote a scenario and we sent the scenario to the people, and they make some correction. We modify it, and then we went into a storyboard. We wrote a 100-page of storyboard like that, and we sent to the people, and they make new correction, and we came into this kind of iterative process with them. And finally, we made the book, and you see on the right side the way we composed with different artisans, with different stories, with the story of Mayotte. And the day we gave back the book to the publisher, the typhoon 1 year ago in last December, Shido came into the island and destroyed everything. So our work was quite not enough in order of type of answering to such situation, but it was useful, and we tried to develop what you saw on this wall. Some what we call operational chain, so chaîne opératoire. That's a way to describe activities and to teach to new architects and builders on the island. So that's a chaîne opératoire. I'm just finishing. And all those examples are quite very diverse. So I have no one solution, one way to proceed. And what we are trying to do now is at the UNESCO Geopark in southeast France, in Provence. And I do work with photographers and mangaka at the same time, we are facing also very complex diversity because we face immaterial and material cultural heritage. As you see, that's a festival for chestnuts. And at the same time, we work on rebuilding terraces in order to produce new cultivation. We worked on trees as immaterial heritage and people using cane reed to make instruments. So all those elements are so diverse, and drawings are one way to unify this type of diversity. So what lesson of that? I'm finished. My colleagues Mathias Cambrollin now is at the head of a project of reconstruction of Mayotte, and he is able to use the manga and the operational chain in order to teach and to make participation possible with the people in situ in the island. Thank you.
One quick question for Frederic, if we can entertain, but we do not have to. I'm sorry, Frederic.
Ilan?
Yes.
Just thanks. There's a lot of material to process. But one question is, in thinking particularly about Mayotte, do you see that the actual kind of diagrams and manga, or the beginnings of it, remain as direction after the cyclone? I mean, that it becomes a way of reconnecting with the community and helping them cope with it.
People are very proud of this manga. They are very proud of the process. So they use it, in fact. And the NGO is using the manga as teaching materials in different places in order to train new builders in a good sense, not only with concrete, but also with all local materials and local skills. And from that point, it was successful. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Frederic. Yes, our next speakers are a group of three. We'd like to invite Shimomoto Sayuri, TAKEMOTO Tomoji, and FURUTAKA Hikaru, to come. They are three collaborators in a group that's called the GOMIC Exploring Group, GOMIC, which combines the idea of garbage and comics. And they are all involved in different kinds of environmental education and have developed the GOMIC to use only a single panel in order to make their interventions. And so their presentation is called When Manga Starts the Conversation. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are GOMIC Exploring Group and a collaborative team with Friends of High Moon. 私たちは対話を生む漫画の力にフォーカスして
We are focusing on the power of manga to generate dialogue and engage in activities that bring awareness to people who are not yet sufficiently concerned about environmental issues and create opportunities for them to think. Environmental issues are difficult to communicate, but if manga could start a conversation like that.
本日は
Today's session is titled When Manga Starts the Conversations and explores the power and potential of dialogue generated through the environmental one-panel manga GOMIC. Environmental issues are diverse and complex and difficult to explain. This manga is called Awareness in Action. It illustrates our lives where we are conscious of the needs to act eco-friendly, but in reality, we prioritize convenience over other things. environmental issues tend to be perceived as distant and difficult, making it difficult for people to feel a sense of ownership, and awareness and action do not connect well. That is why we believe it is necessary to communicate in a way that appeals to people's senses and empathy and natural creates dialogue. The word we use, GOMIC, is a combination of the coined word, gomi, garbage, trash, and comic, and refers to one panel environmental comic drawn by Professor Takatsuki, an expert in environmental engineering, under the pen name RIHN Moon. The Otani is very famous as a baseball player, both the pitcher and the great hitter. So one can carry two swords. They have the power to capture the essence and background of an issue in a single frame and raise questions with humor and satire, providing an opportunity for dialogue among viewers. Here we will introduce some of the works that have the foresight. Food safety class, marine animals learn how to distinguish between plastic and food. This work has been in the spotlight and has attracted attention recently as marine plastic has become a serious problem, but it was painted over 30 years ago. And also plastic ocean. This work was painted in 2010 when the term microplastics was not yet widely known. I was amazed and impressed by RIHN Moon's foresight, incorporating the invisible pollution of the ocean floor into the manga at this time. In Japan, there's a lot of interest in plastic waste washing up on beaches, but he argues that the microscopic plastic particles accumulating in sea waters and on the ocean floor will become a major problem in the future. We will introduce two popular GOMIC guides for the environmental exhibitions. The Great Humanity Exhibition is a work that feels like a warning for the future. It is one of the works that gives the viewer a lot of to think. After the destruction of the dinosaurs, dinosaurs are now engaged in exhibitions and suggesting that the humans have adversely impacted on the environments by showing the fossils, and it is a warning from the future. This has presented a lot of observations on the viewers. In 5 different countries, the GOMIC exhibition has been held. When it was held in Indonesia, there was an anecdote where someone stuck a pair of paper pants on top of the original drawing because it is an Islamic country and nudity is taboo. I was able to communicate in an interesting way like that through manga. The second one, let's ask Takemoto-san, one of the members, about this. Hello, my name is Takemoto. I'll be speaking only in Japanese. This GOMIC, originally, in the nature, there were no wastes. That was the title attached to GOMIC. There has been the color coding. The green one shows the imaginative manga. There are a lot of trees and branches, and after the decay, there are some branches on the land, but there are some plants, and of course the leaves are coming out later. What about the animals? Animals, they are not the producers, they eat. Deer, and also on the left-hand side, that's deer, and the bird on the right-hand side. And by the end of the day, on your feet, you can find a lot of germs and microbials. They get to be regenerated, and star-shaped small stuff, which can play also the huge roles. Those three types of pictures, manga. When I saw this for the first time, the movie director, famous one in Japan, who had received the Academy Award, Akira Kurosawa, one of the omnibus movies, one of the scenes was thinly linked with this. These red letters, those are small letters. Mr. Haimun do not use too much wording because there is necessity for him to give some additional explanation. He says there is the revival of the natural world, and CO2 is the input, and output is oxygen. And animals, in this case deer, from the bottom, they are creating the feces, and also so is a bird. And the resolution of those materials by microbials. And by way of the arrows, there are dissolution and decompositions, and those failed trees are decomposed, and nutrients on the right-hand side at the bottom, you can find a small bud coming out. And a bird, he is trying to catch something to eat, and deer is about to eat the leaves of the tree. And what about the people, two people on the left-hand side looking at this scenery? I think this man is very much impressed. Oh, there is a very good circulation and recirculation in the natural world. He's just watching. But what about the lady at the back? She looks back and gazed at the rubbishes and waste, reflecting on what humans have done. Those two people, I believe this is a couple. Those two people, after they go back home, they look at the reality of what they are living and what kind of conversation are they going to have after this manga. I believe this is some impressions which have been injected to the minds of the readers. That is my explanation. Thank you very much. For this year, one of the activities is GOMIC was displayed in Osaka Kansai Expo. For many years, GOMIC has been utilized by Professor ASARI, Vice DG of RIHN. There was a collaboration plan. We started to create the scrolls of manga related to the environment. As one of the themes of the expo, we wanted to link this idea with the designing future society for our lives, which is the theme of the expo. And we have made a declaration of the actions to be demonstrated. And one of the frame is the manga by Mr. Haimun. There are 4 kinds. Now, we have held the workshop, and I interviewed Takemoto-san. Let me just reproduce what I have asked. In reality, do you think manga has given an opportunity for the dialogue? Yes. Just like we had imagined, firmly, there has been a good dialogue by way of manga. Manga is well known as a word wherever you go in the world. So the manga as a word and also the content is well accepted by the foreign visitors. Would you like to give a try by drawing manga? And he or she sat down, and we had started to have the dialogues. Through the manga, you are able to have the easy conversation and communication about the environmental issues. And also the manga can act as the international language, correct? Yes. Kyomoto-san, to the English speakers, face to face, he was able to have the communication. And such communication continues, as you can see in this picture. There was the power demonstrated by way of manga. To the overseas tourists and the visitors, there was a very good communication, not much waste bins. There are a lot of plastic wastes in the bins. There were some such conversations. So through the co-creation, the environmental dialogue, which was opened by GOMIC, people started to have the sense of the ownership, and that can link with the solutions which lead us to take the actions based on the awareness. And I hope that we are able to do the same so that we will be able to have the two swords to fight against the environmental issues, the school teachers' environmental activities, and also we can act in the different ways. We are very much proud that GOMIC can contribute. We believe we would be able to shed the lights on the invisible things, and they can act as a bridge. Currently, in Miyako Ecology Center, GOMIC Day and the Environmental Calendar Day are now held, GOMIC, by way of the use of the comic linked with the art. They are able to create the high level of awareness about the viewers. Another attractiveness I would like to touch upon by way of GOMIC. Hello. My name is Furutaka. I'm with the Friends of High Moon, Japan. Mr. High Moon was supposed to be here to talk about the environmental manga and its potential and power. I just wish he could, but he was too old to come over here, so on his behalf, I am here to talk to you. In 1993, for 30 years, JEE, Japan Environmental Exchanges, have been publishing together with us the environmental calendar. This is one of such calendars because we have been doing this in the past 30 years. Simply speaking, that's about 12 months. 360 pieces of the manga was created by High Moon. And recycled ones are also having the higher value. And this has the new value attached to this. This is one of such. You can find the difference here. Probably this is the scenery in fall. There's a moon, full moon, a boy sitting in the field. And the bugs or the worms are playing the music. Probably this is something you can experience. Have I tried to listen to nature and natural sounds recently, be it the birds and the bugs or the animals? Come to think of it, we have never heard those sounds of insects at all. Maybe we can get out of our house and take a walk. And then what's important here in manga is you will be able to have an opportunity to speak with yourself. There are so much complexity in the environmental issues, and those are not the things you can quickly solve by your own power. You need to speak and listen to yourself. That manga can present such power. Another manga I want you to take a look at is something we are now creating. As the calendar, there are two types, one of which is you can put this on the table. Another type is hang it on the wall. out of needs, those can be decorated in the living room or the dining room. At my home, I just hang them on the refrigerator door. So manga can be shared through the communication. Do you know the day, buy nothing day? Only on that day, you don't shop. You don't buy anything, free from buying something. That's buy nothing day. So he created this manga. Well, if you can see this at your home, maybe this is a type of conversation you come across with. What have we got in the fridge? Looks like our loft is full of things in the closet. So much things, probably the clothing you have never worn. Too much buying, no more buying things. Maybe you'll be able to have such exchanges, communications among the family members. That can be a trigger point for your conversation, talking with your family. Manga, which was created by him, does have such power. Last picture I want you to take a look at is, this is something I love. Well-known story, Three Little Pigs and wolf. In the fairy tales, the wolves break down all those houses created by the three little pigs, but in his cartoon, that's different. Together with the wolf, three little pigs are creating the eco houses with the solar panels, and there are greeneries on the roof and insulation on the roof. Looks like there is a heat pump attached. If you see this in manga, you start to have a smile on your face. Manga has the ability to make people smile. By smiling, what is the result? We can enjoy ourselves together. We can have fun together. We do have the very high level of affinity together. The power of connection between the humans. There is the power of connection through manga. When you take a look at the society on the net, there are fake things, lies, sometimes giving the damage and disconnect the people's relationship. Those words would not lead us to solving the environmental issues. The power of connection is something we would like to create by way of manga in the society. This is how I feel. And 360 calendars of manga on environment. GOMIC has been published in 1,000 copies last year. We do have the hope for the future. We hope that we will be able to accumulate our efforts like this in the near future. Thank you very much. There was a message from the manga cartoonist. Lastly, this is the message from High Moon. Please enjoy my manga and please think about global environmental issues. At the entrance, the GOMIC posters and the actual original pictures and the GOMIC scrolls which were demonstrated in expos are there placed. Please be sure to take a look at them and pick up some of the brochures. And some of the calendars are available for sale. The revenues will be donated for the protection of the environment. I hope you will be able to have the lights and the happiness over you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Maybe I can open for a question if there is one there. It was very, I found your presentation very interesting. I enjoyed it very much. And thank you so much for completing in the time. So, next, I'd like to invite Professor Oussouby SACKO. He is another old friend of RIHN. He is now at the Tokyo Metropolitan Public University, but was previously the president of the Kyoto Seika University, which is just across the little valley here. It was the university at which there's the first program on manga, first degree program on manga created in Japan, also associated with the Manga Museum down in Kyoto City, a very popular place. And we just heard a mention of the 2025 World Exposition. He was deeply involved in that and is here today to present to us on heritage, community, and manga as method, knowledge and capacity building for green transformation. So Professor SACKO, please welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes, I don't know, somehow I will be here talking about manga, but I just wanted to tell you I'm not mangaka. And also I don't read manga too much, but I don't know, what do you say? The destiny was like, I was president of the university, which was one of the first universities to have a faculty and even a doctorate in manga. So I have to promote manga even if I don't read manga. So that's like, today what I want to do. I'm architect, and today I will talking a little bit about the storytelling. And at the end, to see exactly if the storytelling can be linked with the manga. So I have a lot of slides, so please stop me when the time is over. So, my meaning here is is the storytelling, can bring some new insight into architecture descriptions or into our research, reports. So that's what I want to say. And also the recent expansion of manga, that maybe can be one way to also, give some knowledge, new access to knowledge for African young people. Because of course, we want to literate them, but at the same time, if they can read manga, maybe that can be one of the methods. So I will go very quickly into what I want to say. So as I say, today I will talk a little bit about the storytelling and then also about the status of manga in Africa and also see exactly what manga can bring as knowledge. So I have been doing research for a long time about earthen architecture in West North Africa, and of course today Algerian people are here. I've been to Algeria too, and Morocco, and also Mali, and also about communities in the Sahel-Sahara area. So all those places, if you go, usually they are oral traditions. So they tell you things. They don't give you writing. They don't give you books, but they tell you what happened, what was there before. So of course, if you don't document them, those things will disappear. But at the same time, as member of the ICOMOS at the same time, so we are doing a lot of conservation projects without the local community involvement sometimes. So that's also something which I want to correct in the same time. So what is the meaning of storytelling in Mali? So I come from Mali, West Africa. So oral storytelling is the foundation of our historical memory. So the jelly, which we say in French, griot, preserve genealogies, heroic narratives, values, and community wisdom. So storytelling remains essential for transmitting identity across generations. So in architecture and also heritage conservation, knowledge is shared through narratives, how buildings are conceived and also constructed, and who built them, and also with what materials. So the cultural meaning embedding in each structure. So we keep, telling story. That's also our way of transmitting and also of transmission of things. So when you see outside the storytelling of African narratives by West countries, so if you have chance to read the book of Mongo Park of René Caillé. So the narratives is very interesting when they talk about how African societies are. Of course, they went there but they don't understand language, but they don't understand also what people are saying. But they also did a narrative. These narratives became, the way of seeing Africa. Today I will talk about this area, which is also the overlap of Ghana Kingdom and also Mali Empire and also Timbuktu Empire. So in these places, you may know that a lot of people from different ethnic backgrounds were living together, but they all don't have, like a writing statement. They have only oral statement. But with the oral statement, they were able to make a charter, and which is now registered in the UNESCO as immaterial heritage. So in Mali, we use music, we use story, we use those kind of things, but they grew to also, transmit stories. So if to understand the African stories, so this is like, when I went to the United States a few years ago, we were talking about like, how to change the African narrative. So there were a professor from Nigeria. So he said, African history has been written and interpreted by non-Africans. So these external accounts often include assumption, distortion, and silence that still influence global perspective of Africa. So as also Joseph Kizerbo of Burkina Faso also say, so he say like, he argued that Africa must reclaim the authority to narrate its own story. So for me, now the chance is coming. We can use maybe storytelling and manga at the same time. So that's why, and also this, in Japanese, I say, Africa no monogatari ka kairu. So changing the narrative of Africa. So rewriting the African narrative means moving away from the extremely constructive images of Africa, often shaped through a Western-centric lens that have also been emphasized poverty, conflict, and dependencies. Of course, there are those kind of things. But why do we not rewrite the narrative also, to tell the new story, to tell also the voices and also things which are not also, talk in other terms. So when I check about all the narrative about Africa and the mangas about Africa, so there are a lot actually. So there are a lot of history about Africa. So it's not without any story. So that we have also think. So about the architecture as tool of understanding, for example, cultures. So, for me, I use architecture not only to understand architecture, but to also understand the local knowledge system, the ecological wisdoms, and the community values. So how people build, how people do, and all those things. So, of course, if you see Kyoto as well, or any places in Japan, all the architectures, which are preserved, they don't have only material preservation, but they have also immaterial. So if we go through those kind of stories, we can see that the community is very important. So today is green transformation. So if you see what the community can do, can bring, you can see a lot of potentiality into the community involvement into that. So what is also architecture in my approach? Architecture is something which is also a living organic place. So this is the Dogon, for example, a site in Mali. And also, if you see the vernacular architectures, of course, this definition need to be refined, but of course, architecture is telling, us how people, get together, how do they involve with their daily life. So this is also another look when I was doing research about architecture in Mali, in the Desert Sahara, or in Timbuktu, or Djenné, or anywhere. So when I speak here about cultural identity in this context, I mean people live with their environmental, realities, and they're also taking architecture as one of their significant, important things. So I was doing research about urban architecture conservation in the Sahel. So I went through all the places where the trans-Saharan trade has been. So I traveled cities to cities in the Black Points, around Algeria, Morocco, those places. For example, when I went to Morocco, it was very interesting. So I didn't meet only architecture, but I found this guy with a lot of manuscripts. He don't want to give manuscript for conservation because he don't trust the government people. He thinks that if he gives to government people, they will take off all his values. And then, but the termites are eating all these things. So I think it's very important to convince him. But somehow it's very interesting when you travel. There are a lot of things that maybe we need to see and to also talk and also to see the contents of these things, because these are directly telling the story and what happened in that region that time. So I went also to Jene, and in Jene, as you may know, it's earth and architecture conservation. So if you see all the buildings in Jene, all the facade tells us something. And also the recovering. So I try to work with the masons also to be part of them for the recovery. And as you may know that in Jene, they have the Bariton, which is the Mason associations. So in Mali, in Jene exactly, each family has their own, Masons, and which is very important. So when UNESCO come to conservation project, they do a kind of very open way, they do in competition way. But in this place, no competition. So each family is attributed to a Mason. So if you do competition, you destroy, the system. So those are the things which are not taught, which are not also in the story of things. So I have been also talking with the Masons for many years to understand exactly what is their meaning of transmission and how do they transmit their knowledge, how do they transmit the way of doing the bricks, for example, for example, French people come, they built a kind of a very efficient bricks, but Jene people are using these bricks. So, and also the way Jene people also prepare, for example, the mud for plastering. So all the processes are different. But, to bring something from outside, you change everything. So I was trying to see how these people can tell the stories to transform or to conserve, their architecture, and also how the community can be involved into. So I try to talk to them. I'm sorry, I don't have time, but we go very quickly, but I take them one by one to see how do they transmit, what language they use, what story they use. So, but because they don't have book, they don't have anything, but from which age, they start to transmit. So those was very, very important. And also, they say they have magical knowledge. So from what time they transmit those magical knowledge. Anyway, it was very interesting to see exactly, that there is a transmission. So which can be, why not combine with manga? So why manga? So I think here, the previous speakers talk about the importance of manga. I will not go against about manga. But for me, manga is very important. So let's say, so we have a museum of manga, which recently started to work with Africa mangakas. So we did, last year, I think, an exhibition about African mangas. But what was very interesting, so they use, of course, the Japanese methodologies, but it was very dynamic. So they were saying or telling things, they will never tell us orally. So that means manga brings them, another, way of, talking about Africa, another way of speaking about Africa. So, for example, if you see the history of Africa through the mangas or drawing, this is very interesting. I think you have here about Kanko Musa, who is supposed to be the richest man in the world with gold, and also the Sunjata Keita, who named Mali after, I don't know, being the king. So I don't know how he killed an elephant and bring an elephant. But when we use manga, it's very heroic. It's very interesting. So it's completely different. For example, this is the place, Mongo Park or Rene Kaye were talking about they are very savage, they are eating rats, But this is the manga African people draw. It's completely different, so that's very interesting. So using manga also maybe give us opportunity, to rewrite our history more heroically. And then also to write people, you see even this fashion. So it's completely different. So this is, for example, recently, young Malian people drawing about Jene or Timbuktu or those places. Of course, if we draw about them, we see that, okay, everything is now about terrorism, whatever, but people are so proud to write about their own history through manga. So, for example, I was also I start to be a fan of Yaya the Yopugo. Maybe people who travel in Cote d'Ivoire may know this. The histories, the stories are very, very interesting. So each story brings, like a new life. You see that, it's not about poverty. It's not about what, it's about how people are related to each other. So manga also, try to describe, the relation between people, in a community. So which is also very interesting for me. So as Frederic was saying, manga as a method, a new storytelling tool for heritage and sustainability. I think it is very interesting. So why manga? Why also bring a Japanese tradition? So it's very important to see. I think even in Japan, when Japanese people read manga, they go over the realities. They also can imagine, a Japanese society which is not a reality, but which is also their dream. So why people don't? I try to encourage young people to talk about their dream through manga. A few years ago, I sponsored a manga event in Bamako, which is the Planet A. So it was about games. It was about manga. So I brought the Yonkoma manga of Japan, but the Ochi, the Yonkoma men. So I just opened that and let Malian people draw that. It was very interesting. Japanese people, when they draw the Yonkoma men, they go into abstract. It's a very, dreamy. But Malian people, they close it. So that was also a kind of interesting communication that, of course, in manga, even, we need to learn from Japan because they also try even to extend the dream through manga. So, that's the thing, the papers I brought I even bought some tatami from Kyoto here to bring to Malian kids, to draw manga. It was very interesting. It was a good communication. Then recently, I even created a company, SACKO. So this company is to collect kids dreaming through. So I managed to collect about 1,000 drawing of kids from Mali. And it's very interesting because they were never had that kind of communication about dream between kids and their parents. So, but when they draw, they show their parents. The parents are very shocked sometimes. Oh, my kid is dreaming like this. And then that was very interesting. So I took from 1 to 15 years old and I collect them. And then, and they show their dreams. It's very interesting. So for example, of course, everyone wants to be Messi. So that's the football dream. Or some people want to be big architect. Or they want to have a field, for the society. And they want to have cars, they want to have, hospitals, and then they want to have peace. It's very interesting. So designing communities, for me, it's a kind of common sense. So this is what I was collecting from Japan also. So I tried to collect as much as, drawing from kids, and then to see in the world, even if there is difference between, African kids or Japanese kids, whatever, but the most important here is to try to redesign the society through children's dream, through their way of seeing things, through children also drawing. So that's I'm doing the SACKO company is now collecting Ichiokunin, so more than 100 million, voices or a drawing of kids. So now, as I say, because we were not really talking about the story, so what is Jene now? So Jene looks like this. So no, tourist, nobody coming. So it's a World Heritage, but without maintenance. So it's really, really very important. And I really regret that, I didn't draw the story of Jene during Jene's time. So now that's the current situation in Jene. Jene's people are proud of their city, but why should it remain only as a tourist attraction? So rising maintenance costs exceed the average household income. So traditional materials are beginning harder to obtain. So as a result, fewer new earthen construction projects, and also youth migration out of Jene increases. So the essence of Jene's architectural planning and construction spirit is no longer widely practiced. So the local organization, JNE Patron, has researched new conservation and building techniques. The conclusion is JNE conservation must occur within a cultural and evaluative framework, not only as a technical restoration. So for me, it's very important to go, to listen to stories, and to document the stories, and also what they say in JNE, when words speak, we listen. So it's very important for JNE, they say the word speaks, and when words speaks, we listen. That's also in JNE, the story that moves people, and also heritage that inspires, and also community that participate. So we need to document that, and then I think manga is one of the good way. So as conclusion, I have only 30 seconds. So the knowledge and capacity building for green transformation, that was the theme. So the green transformation requires shifting mindset, behaviors, skills, and so also collective imagination. So manga as method supports these goals by translating technical concepts into relatable stories, encouraging cross-cultural learning, and also engaging youth as active agents in sustainability, and strengthening cultural pride and community resilience. So when community draw their own future, they began to own their green transformation. So storytelling as a bridge between heritage and sustainability, for me, it is a form of participatory heritage, a visual language of community empowerment, and also a tool for co-creating sustainable futures. Thank you very much. As I thought again, if a wall speaks, we listen. A wall that speaks, that's the wall of JNE. We should go and listen to them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Sako Sensei. We do have time for some discussion. So we are going to bring up a few chairs here. I ask all of the speakers to come to the front. Yes, yeah. One, two, three, four. Yes, it's good. Sure, yeah. Yeah, you can come. Yes, I can kind of sit or stand, or I'll get around. Yes, okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for your presentations. It's many resonances. Each you have your own stories and your own emphases, and yet there are many overlaps, I think, and many crossovers between you. And one of them was Nick. Is Nick going to join us here on the screen? Is it possible? Because he is part of the session as well.
I am here.
Is that there are all of the technical capacities of manga, which in the hands of a professional can be wielded so sophisticatedly, but then also, as Nick, who is a professional, mentioned, are available to students and to others as well. And that really was one of the key questions or key points, it seems to me, across the sessions, is that what happens to this form when it gets into people's hands. And so each of you is really involved in bringing these materials, bringing these techniques and ideas into different contexts and to see what happens there. And so I found that was a very, there's a consistent emphasis, and also noted the conviviality, what happens in the sharing. And so I wanted to ask you more about the experience, Sako Sensei, of doing manga workshop in the field. Talk a little bit, if you ask a little more about the engagement of the people in this.
Thank you very much. So my own image of manga when, in Mali, so we always think that manga is for kids. and then that we don't have much to learn from manga. But my shock when I came to Japan, and especially when I attend school at Kyoto University, I think people were reading more manga than books. So that was very interesting. Like, I mean, so I was always curious about like what these people are learning from manga, because like they even don't go deeply, but they go, through the stories very superficial. But when I start, of course, like to teach at Seika and encounter a lot of manga people, I found that manga is also a way of like a communication. So between people who read the same book, but even are not together. So between also even family, so who share, the same story with different books. So I think manga was very interesting, a kind of non-verbal communication. Like, I mean, they don't talk, but they communicate through manga. And then also it tell you, a story, a lot of things. I mean, you have, a branch of knowledge from manga. So for me, in Africa, we are very shy to talk to our kids, actually. So that's very interesting. Like, I mean, the father must act as a father. You don't like talk like everyone. So, but like, I mean, if like it's manga, we bring manga as, for example, as a tool of communication, maybe that can be a way of, communication between kids and also their parents. So when, I start to do this drawing project, a lot of parents were interested to their kids. Yeah, because they never ask their kids, what is your dream? Because they always fix everything for them. And then that's the first time they understand that the kids have concern about the rain problem, concern about, for example, the war, about the peace, about like everything, around them. So I think manga is a very good communication tool for me in Africa if it can be introduced. And also to rewrite what we can't write verbally, but we can draw our story, and our story also can be taught, to our kids by ourselves. And I think manga is something very important in that way.
Yeah, thank you. I want to open the floor as well. So if people have questions, feel free to raise your question. Yes, please, our professor.
I would like to ask you, all of you, what is the difference between manga and animation? So it is the same photograph and movie or not? So what is more effective to tell the perspectives of conservation or environmental changes, behavioral transform? Yes, please.
Yes, I think manga is more effective than animation. So animation, supports maybe your imagination a little bit, because it gives you the response of some movement. But in manga, you are forced to imagine yourself the next movement, because it's not a movement. It's a kind of like, stopped seishiga. So you have to imagine what is the movement in this by seeing only one picture. But animation gives you the response. So, I mean, so you feel, you move, you think less than maybe manga for animation for me.
I want to go, Nick, I think you have a reply to this as well, yes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm learning to be careful to say better or not, only because I tend to argue so strongly for comics. I always want to say better, but definitely different, right? And the thing I went kind of quick with it with the Paleolithic lunar calendars. Like comics are uniquely interesting about how to talk about time, even though they're not, they're not moving. Right. And I think the fact that that comics allow us to care both about this static image and this static image, but also how they connect in a sequential way and how they might connect in a non-linear way. I know, going back to our keynote speaker, it allows so many different kinds of juxtaposition. So juxtaposition between image and image, juxtaposition between image and page, juxtaposition between image and text. You know, there's all these that you can layer, and even the most, you know, new to comics kind of person can start to play with those kinds of things because they understand, you know, once you've played with comics for a few minutes, you start to see those possibilities. So I think the storytelling, or not even storytelling, the sort of communication, complex communication capacity for comics is really grand because you have all these choices. And if you need to use a lot of text because you need to explain something and it won't work in images, you have that choice. If you need to have a bunch of static things going in different directions, all of a sudden you have that choice. So, you know, I'm a big fan of animation as well, so I want to be careful not to knock it. But I think comics give you a range of possibilities that are really broad, and they really are also accessible to a 5-year-old with a pencil and a 90-year-old with a pencil, right? You don't need anything special besides a pencil and a piece of paper.
Thanks. Frederic, you wanted to speak to the same question.
Yes. Yes, I think there is so diverse form of manga and diverse of anime, so it would be difficult to give a global answer to your question. But if we look at documentary animates, of course the difference is sometimes it's the sound, and when Virginia, who came last year, we worked with her, and she's doing animation, and she puts the voice of the person, so you can appreciate the texture of the person, and you have access to another dimension. We don't have that in manga. We express it from graphical way, but when you have the own person voice in an animate, it's very powerful and in that respect, I think it's very difficult to give a global answering to your question, but we can play with different medium, and for photography it's the same, and we can twin photography and drawings in some mangas, and it's photo romance, it was called like that, and it could be also another type of medium, mixing photography's realities, authenticity, and manga its interpretation, it's fiction. So we can play with real things and imaginary things at the same time. So we are blending different techniques, narrative techniques.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I add a half sentence to that?
Sure.
And I think that's really well said. I think the key is understanding what you can do with the medium. You know, so if you start to understand what you can do with comics or what you can do with film, you know, then you can do all kinds of stuff, right? If you're trying to treat comics like slowed down movies, you're not realizing all their potential. And you know, I don't know how to explain it in the reverse for film, but anyway, I'm done.
But can I add something very quickly in education to you? In education, for example, like the animation education is much more technical. It's a kind of like a group work, you know. But in manga education, it's the sense of the individual, like I mean. So yeah, it's completely different. So animation is a kind of like technical, you know, working group style. But manga is really the sense of the individual, the communication between that individual and also, you know, the reader and then, the edition.
I think you said that manga is one of the communication methods. So I think it's very important statement because, you know, through manga, one topic we can call diverse imagination and then talk about different topics. So that movie or animation can tell us a story, very different story. So it is not kind of communication we call. So I think manga is the very best way to communication, I think.
Please, yes.
Just a very short intervention on this matter. I think we also should think about how different people learn and think. And manga as static images which you can take your time to work through, for some learners may be very effective, whereas the ephemeral quality of watching a movie, a sequence, a video, may not allow some learners to get a hold of it easily. Yes, they could play it back, but it's still difficult. And I think we also can think about manga and many other approaches to how we help different learners approach a subject. So we really have to be aware that we have a very broad audience, and how do we reach different parts of that audience, different ways that people think and learn.
Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah. Can you, sorry, you have to use things.
Thank you for Thank you so much. Hello. Yeah, so this is for all of you, but especially for Nick and Professor SACKO and everyone else. So I was thinking of questions of representation and ethics when we are doing manga as method. So one of the questions that was on my mind from the first presentation was who decides what goes into the panels? Because then we also saw in Professor Haimun's manga that the second team provided, we saw some comics from non-human voices, fishes down in the ocean, thinking of how they might, not eat plastic. So that was for me very powerful. Then we also saw in Professor SACKO's presentation talking about kids. So I was thinking of two things. One is the representational and the ethical part of it, but I was also thinking of how, as creators of manga, you might look at the spatio-temporal organization of your panels, since the kids would be looking at it from, below, and they'll be looking up. And for women, it's another organization altogether. The spaces are gendered in our countries, Africa, Asia, spaces are very gendered. So how might that contribute to the drawing of manga? How does manga take these into consideration? It's a sort of a spread out question, but feel free to just talk about it. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, very interesting question. So I just like maybe give you an image of Japanese manga, actually. So it's very interesting. Sometimes if you read Japanese manga, it's very hard to say if it's a man or woman, mangaka. Because manga, I think, help people to go over gender or over those kind of social, like a bias, actually. So it's a very good way or expression for people to speak out of their situation. I mean, in Japan. So of course, that's why, for example, I have a lot of students, in Kyoto Seika. They are very, very out of social. They don't come to school, they don't want to talk to people, but their manga are very aggressive. They have the best mangas. So I don't know, in Africa, not yet, we are not in that stage. Because of course, we still have this pressure from the society. But I think manga, if I take manga as definition, it's really a tool which gives people a way of speaking out of maybe your own situation. Maybe that can resolve some of the gender or social bias.
Nick, do you want to talk to this at all? This subject?
Well, I might respond to that. I really appreciated the answer. I'm not sure I followed all of the question. I really liked the question, but I think I missed something. But I think to what the professor just said, you know, I think, and this also goes to the comment just before this. What's really fascinating about comics is, I think, is that you can bring any kind of skills you have to it. You know, I know I went too quickly, but you know, I have non-drawers or self-described non-drawers who will say, all right, my comic's can be made only with words, but it's still visual, right? So they're bringing different skills. They're bringing design skills to it, even if the like illustration skills just aren't their thing. So I think in one way it's sort of democratizing in that regard. And I think some of the most interesting comics I have are created by you know, self-described non-drawers. And then more to what he just said, I do a lot with graphic medicine in my classes, so comics used as health and healthcare. Um, and much of the graphic medicine field comes from people who are non-practitioners, right? They're people who've, you know, suffered a trauma or a health issue or whatever, and they're trying to work it out. And I think, has been said and was just said, that understanding the tools of how to get it out, um, it really it allows all these different kinds of voices. And I think, you know, comics has gone, you know, it's, at least in the United States, from a pretty white male dominated thing to something very different, with the arrival of webtoons and then you know, it's really changed. And I don't know. I guess I missed a little bit of that first question. I was quite intrigued by it, but I didn't get it all. But I do think there's the fact that so many people can just take it. They can just get excited and dive in, is a really exciting thing about comics. As for who decides, I just still I didn't follow that. Sorry.
Okay, yes. So seems the sense that that comics, manga don't necessarily address those dynamics, but that they have the possibility to do. So it become the question of how they are used in a particular circumstance. We have just over a minute or so. If there's another question, oh yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So I was thinking of how I can also incorporate manga in my work, and trying to imagine maybe a research article that has maybe a data collection method for manga or data presentation for manga. But I'm wondering, is it an approved method yet? And also I'm thinking about its rigorous or maybe replicability.
Frederic, you would like to speak?
Yes, it could be a risk to play with manga in a scientific academic milieu. But I think if you want to touch people, if you want to use it for your career now in many places, it's very valuable to do this type of production. So I would advise you to go in that way too. But you have to be conscious that it's not ranked A publication, but if you touch much more people than only scientists, it would be better to do that.
Yeah, very quickly. Yeah, when I do field research, I go with some students who are architects, but some students who are, you know, I mean, they can draw, like not exactly mangaka, but the students who can draw, they're very interesting. Like, I mean, so they always support us because they draw the situation. They don't understand what people are saying, but like students who can talk, who can communicate, they always try to describe everything in detail. But those people, they just like draw the situation, which sometimes is very interesting because you can see, because I do my research between like human behavior and stress, and then those people who are drawing help me more than people who are listening to people sometimes. But as I say, it's not a fixed methodology. Yeah, sometimes scientific don't approve. So that's the problem.
Thank you.
Can I speak to it first?
Yes.
I mean, as somebody doing his dissertation as it, which hadn't been done, and part of my goal was to make space for more people to do it. And I feel like since I've done it, I've been on committees for others who've done it. So we've gone from 0 to 1 to I don't know, 5 to 10 now, and lots of master's theses. And I think one thing I tell my students is like your odds of being published in, you know, in the United States in DC or Marvel Comics, but whatever the equivalents are very low. But your odds of like learning to use comics to tell important stories in your community, in your field, in science, and like they're expanding all the time because people are hungry to make these stories real to other people and to make them accessible, but not accessible in a dumbed down way, accessible in a what is the complexity you can get with comics. So I you know, I'm a proselytizer for this, so I'm absolutely going to say go for it. But I think, you know, a lot of those doors have been opened for other people to do it. So, you know, I'd say go for it.
Okay, thank you very much. I know there's another question there, but I feel we are over time, and I shall conclude the session with apologies to the question. Maybe you can address it in person. But with that, I would like to thank all of our presenters for your participations, your contributions. Nick for staying around late at night in San Francisco, and
Thanks for having me.
to you all.
Thank
for
you. I
your
really
attention.
enjoyed
I
hearing
think we
everybody.
have about 15 minutes. 10 minutes. We're
10.
coming back here at 40, you said? No. 35. Yes. Okay. At 35 minutes after the hour. Yes, please. So just a quick break. Yes.
Thanks, Daniel. I'm out.
Excuse me, we have a little bit of housekeeping announcements. We have lost cell phone at the reception area. So if you don't have a phone with you, please go to the reception area and then tell the description of the cell phone that you lost, and then you get it back. Thank you. はい、もう始めてください。
All right, so time is now coming for next session, so please sit down. Okay. All right, so we will start the second session. Session 2 is focusing on the carbon neutrality. You know, that's the beginning of this symposium, Director General Yamagiwa-san mentioned our institute hosts the Carbon University Coalition for carbon neutrality. More than 200 universities join to that. And then we now move to the next stage, the Green Knowledge Center with that the coalition. And so second session will focus on the carbon neutrality. But first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Makoto Taniguchi. I'm one of the 3 program director of this institute. My background is groundwater hydrology, but more recently, more working on the water, energy, food nexus. So, you know, groundwater is invisible. So I feel that the invisible groundwater really connect to the invisible norm and ethics. And we have a meeting a couple of weeks ago, talk about the energy issue. You may know that a kotatsu, you know, that's warming the foot and hand on the tatami mat. And that is invisible energy or invisible electricity become visible and we can feel. And then we chat among the family or friend. So I think empathy will be created where and when invisible become visible. So, you know, past session we discussed about a manga through visible and invisible relationship. And the carbon neutrality also connected the invisible, visible part, not only visible material, but also invisible inside and outside too. So next, so we'll move to the second talk by Dr. Naoko, Ellis, and also Dr. Derek Gladwin. Both come from the University of British Columbia in Canada. and they are professor at the UBC, as well as a key member of the Accelerating Community Energy Transition and a Clean Energy Research Center. Okay, please go ahead.
Great. Well, hello, everyone, and hello, everyone in Zoom land there. Thanks for hanging with us here. As been mentioned, we are looking at discontinuities and disconnections and how those are potential challenges when we think about going with a net neutrality engagement with global warming, and how particularly worldviews and values are very much in effect to that, and how that affects potential selfish or altruistic engagements. So perhaps to counter that, we might try to have some continuity with what's happened earlier today and speak within that flow, and also what Dr. Park had just presented, and thinking about energy transition, focusing it a little bit in that area. But we're also looking at different kinds of worldviews around relationality and interconnection with that. So we thought it'd be only appropriate that we are presenting together to show a relational engagement that isn't just individualistic and might have a bit of a flow as we think a little bit more horizontally as opposed to vertically with community engagement. And just briefly about us, we won't say too much here, but as was mentioned, we're from Vancouver and Canada there. And we do a variety of things around transdisciplinarity, around environment and sustainability, energy transition, and complex systems education. So we are quite interdisciplinary. I'm in a faculty of education, and I always like to joke that Naoko here is the real academic. She's in chemical engineering and gets all the public attention for solving the world's problems. I just work with learners and educators, so it's kind of the ingoing joke. But that's sort of where we come from, and where we come together on this.
So we're going to talk about carbon neutral or net zero, and here's one image that you might think about. And we wanted to sort of think about multi-scale engagement in that. So the scale in terms of spatial, it could be temporal, it could be governance. We won't be able to get into too much into detail, but as we see it from energy transition point of view, what are some of the scales, multi-scale engagement that we see, and where are some of the discontinuities and how we might think about that? So at the global level, we're looking at COP30, and the target in terms of net zero emissions by 2050 is something that's been reconfirmed, and many of the countries are aiming to attain this goal. In Canada, we spell it out as what this would mean. In Canada, would mean that achieving net zero emissions, meaning that our economy either emits no greenhouse gas emissions or offset its emissions. So yes, we have had carbon tax and a sort of consumer carbon tax as well as industrial carbon tax. But how that engagement sort of unfolded is something that we'll cover a little bit about. So in terms of Canada's carbon management strategy, it could be summarized in something like this. And as a chemical engineer who teaches carbon capture and conversion, I guess I could go on for hours on end, but we know that that's not why you came here for today. But so in sort of the federal government perspective, or the scale of a federal government, they'll be looking at carbon capture from high emitters. So there may be industries that are emitting carbon dioxide. We might be looking at air capture. So there are a number of technologies that are already implemented or already available for these types of schemes. However, in reality, we're still at a point where we're debating whether carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases should have price in terms of emissions. How are we going to grapple with this? Also, it is not a point of this image, but we don't have people or communities that are on the ground who are looking at some of the federal government policies and being able to kind of trying to engage with that as well. So as we see it, we see kind of a hierarchical scale at which is at play. So we have the federal government that might be having a policy, and perhaps that is going to the provincial or municipal level or industrial level in terms of emissions, in terms of net carbon zero emissions targets. And then we have the community at the bottom, and how that's kind of flowing at the moment. We see that there may be a national emissions reductions that is set by the federal government. There may be carbon capture and sequestration strategies that could be also set by the government. And then thinking around, well, how do we actually enact that? Where are the pipelines going to go in terms of moving CO2? And so those are all kind of at the federal or national level that is being decided. And at the same time, funding may flow through to municipalities, provincials, and whatnot. And each of those scales would have its own interpretations in terms of how that might look like for net zero. And what we're sort of starting to move into is kind of flattening this hierarchical structure that we see and seeing how this might be more of a horizontal, relational, and dynamic connections that we see. So in some ways, what the federal government might propose might really feed into some of the policies that are at the provincial government, which is in turn connected to community on the ground sort of actions, which then might feed into the municipal government level. And it's an iterative process. How this sort of works and how it might really kind of engage at a more flattened or horizontal way might give us some ideas into how this might work out.
It might be helpful to pause briefly to kind of contextualize what we mean by relational dynamics and how that plays out. When we say this, we're oftentimes considering how people, systems, things, ideas, the non-human, the more than human world as well, can only be understood through their connections through and between one another. And in some ways, we looked at the manga panel earlier, illustrated this really well, because it was talking about how everything is related and the different kinds of cultural artifact as a medium that's being used in order to create and show those kinds of relations. Similarly, we can think about how we are the horizontal of relationships that was just presented play this out as well. And so another way of considering this is that we're not bounded beings, but we're participating in this process of co-creation. So we are constantly co-creating through these relationships. So having community really central to these kinds of dialogues and discussions show this, right, and activate this. And then another way of considering this is you're drawing on local Professor Deguchi at Kyoto University, who has recently been talking a bit about what he calls the we turn, and emphasizing that the center cannot occupy an individual alone. That in sense, everything in the social and environmental world comes from a relational engagement. So how does this look? Well, if we consider a system and look at the nodes in that system, that they're you know, in sort of an individualistic paradigm, we'll typically look at those nodes as the center and the place of importance. But in a relational paradigm, the meaning is really in between the nodes, and oftentimes the invisible spaces, that invisible in the sense not that they're not visible, we don't necessarily make them visible, but they're very much central in that process. And then reframing these kinds of from systems perspectives, which draw on the values and worldviews. So if we come back to our diagram here, we can see how that we just witnessed this kind of iterative model, how the community is in some ways creating the meaning between the provincial, industrial, and global federal, right? The horizontal model already plays that out and bears that out, and how that changes not only necessarily the outcome potentially of what we're talking about, but also how this is being co-created. Now, this brings us, of course, to some of the discontinuities and disconnections that are major challenges in this process. And so if we're looking at those particularly, and how we really embed or think about bringing in relational values into a transition for a carbon neutrality, it really requires this collective and shared orientation where people really do see themselves as interconnected. And earlier, the keynote speech that was given really emphasized how this is crucial to making any sort of kind of social transformation. So we're sort of returning to that, but then also how the difference between relational and individualistic worldviews, really how they shape action and how we think about self in that, and how we position the self in that process, and you know, maybe community even over self, which in some cultures, we dominant cultures particularly, we don't see. And then the systems perspective that really help bridge that divide in bringing in the collective, where well-being and interdependent aspects are really bridging the shift from maybe a more selfish to more altruistic engagements. And in fact, Dr. Park's previous talk was in some ways looking at that and suggesting how different cultures have that much more leaning toward a relational and altruistic engagement. And I guess the one final piece on this would be that we could put here, and it's kind of come up a few different times today, and that is how we think about language in this process, what we could also consider discursive or a discourse-based, which is a gross paraphrase of Michel Foucault, is really how we think, act, and speak about our engagements with the world. And so if we're really thinking about the language and how language also fundamentally shapes and affects worldviews, then we might even rethink how we title these things instead of carbon neutrality, or thinking about these terms that are very much policy top-down driven language that communities do not necessarily have engagement with. And in fact, Dr. Park's previous talk, she was discussing how, certain terms like climate justice, how many people can resonate with that term. In academia, everyone resonates with that term. You go to community, it was 2/3 of people don't know what that even means, and how that. So if we're using a certain kind of language, it disconnects immediately from the communities that we're doing the work with, and really kind of thinking about how language plays out, and also language in terms of English versus non-English, and how those kinds of languages affect the ways in which we view and see the world potentially.
And those of us who may be more engaged with community-based approaches, and those we've heard a lot from the Terra School participants, would understand that, yes, we're also sort of looking at citizens and business and governance and the connections on the ground and what's happening. And there's some fantastic examples that we've seen around the world, and this one particularly comes from Toronto, or Scarborough, which is in Ontario, eastern part of Canada. But what they've sort of done is this middle part, whereas they call it the community-based hub. And they're the connectors on the ground who are sort of acting in terms of connecting their citizens and community to some of the different levels that we've seen in terms of the different scales. So one example here is the East Scarborough storefront. They have a lot of material on the website. And what they've done is to really kind of look at the community. And as Dr. Park was talking about, if you are faced with housing issues or different, security issues, perhaps they were not going to be looking beyond that to sort of think about climate action. However, what they're able to do is to really look at the community base and to connect what they do to meaningful connection to climate action, and thus bringing in some funding. And so a number of examples are there to share. And what they've done is really kind of work with academics or researchers as well in kind of bringing some theory into the community and activating that. So there's a climate justice group that are looking at anything from what the community's needs are and connecting that to certain activities. So a number of images come from their website, but sort of connecting local change makers and people on the ground in the community to policy, funding availability, to NGOs. Those are the connecting hubs that they have been successfully working on. Okay, and at the end, we wanted to talk about ASET, which is Accelerating Community Energy Transformation. We're several institutions or universities in Canada working and been funded for working with communities to look at energy transitions and transformations in their communities. So this is kind of an add-on to the talk that we just had. This might kind of some stats that you may have never thought about, but 79% of Canadian communities are outside of major metropolitan areas. Most of the metropolitan areas are on the south, close to the border to the US, but there are a number of communities that are not close to that. And 280 communities are still powered by diesel. So this means that they're not connected to the central grid. We are sort of starting to look at that to say, what are the ways in which we might be able to work with communities and use it as an opportunity for energy sovereignty, different means to give voice and power to the local communities in transitioning to greener energy systems. So kind of flattening that, hopefully helping to flatten that hierarchy. We start with the community to go to the sort of the regional area, and we're sort of expanding to get to the national and the global area as well. We're finding that number of islands are similar situations in terms of using diesel fuel in all parts of the world. And so we're hoping that what we're learning from this might help others as well. I'm going to sort of skip this for time. And quick examples, YAMAGIWA is a beautiful island on the west. They have also been, community has been activated in terms of wanting to get off diesel fuel power. So we've been working with them in terms of looking at possibility of tidal waves, power to wind and solar. There's other solar projects that are on the go, as well as geothermal projects that we're looking at. And I think the rest are pretty technical things that happy to entertain, but we don't have to go through right now.
And these are all community-based, so that's the kind of emphasis of these projects. And then also, it's not just energy projects on the ground with community, but it's how we educate and how we think about training researchers to engage in these kind of relational, transdisciplinary approaches to energy transition. And of course, the Terra School this week and some of the themes around transdisciplinary, we just sort of want to mention that this is this ASEP funding also has funded a cohort to work on energy transition through a transdisciplinary framework. So again, community-based education that really sort of looks into how some of these things are playing out. And yeah, and we're going to kind of leave it there. I think we're short on time today, so we're going to be brief in order to make a little bit more space maybe for the discussion. So if there's questions, you can hold off and we'll just wait for our open discussion later. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you so much, Naoko-san and Derek-san. So we will move to the third presentation by Takama-san. Right, so Dr. Takama Takeshi is working on the international, is working as an international expert on climate change, environment, and energy as the researcher, business owner, and educator, and a consultant. So he has many caps, and so he has a lot of experience. So we can please share for all of us your experience.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So yeah, as introduced, I have many caps, but today mostly talk about the implementation. Last 12 years, I'm running this organization called SHIMOMOTO, Sustainability and Resilience. So we are working from the policy space to the local communities. And we also call ourselves Think, Do, Be, Tank, which means we do the research and consultation, and we implement as a NGO business, also the like for-profit business, like selling coffees, and also we do the education activities. And the reason we do this is some story, my personal story. So this is almost like 20 years ago, Ethiopia. That time I was working for Stockholm Environment Institute after I finished in Keynote University. I was working on this green cooking question. You see that maybe you know some people know about, but this is the forest related. And so mainly just walking and then children and women actually. So I run. This is very complex issues. Like we cannot just saying, please stop deforestation, because like this engaging cooking stove, because of cooking stove, it's engaging gender issues, because women and children are generally, engaging this cooking activity, and this also affecting to the child education. So at the same time, this some of the, I learned this not only Ethiopia, also this Malawi, South Africa, we had this project. And at the same time, okay, skip. Okay. So also I had this project in South Africa for nearly 7 years. So this was, we work in near the Kruger National Park. Then the research was great. It was used as a reference paper when IPCC got Nobel Prize. So my boss actually get part of Nobel Prize. But I remember that actually this village, one woman told me, don't just study, do something. So this something stuck in my head. So instead of just being a researcher full time, I start NGO, and also before I start my company, I also work for JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, as a expert on climate change. So this is our motto, like don't just study and do something. That is origin of our organization. So, for example, this is one of our European Commission research project. So we are not only actually implement, we actually do the research. So this is like in some video from Trans Risk and the Green Win project. So in this project, we try to understand how we can solve the clean cooking issues in Indonesia. So situation is very similar to Africa, but there's some difference. And then we thought like biogas could be a way to go. So that time, many people did not talk about the living lab, but I can see, this is a kind of living lab project. So from the beginning, I started working with policymakers. So at the end, the clean cooking issue was become part of the 5-year national target of Indonesia. So this is one of the policymakers I've been working, and she said, since we engaging from the beginning, so understanding was better. So maybe I skip some. So there's some Japanese project. I work in Africa under SHIMOMOTO, but maybe I skip. So so our activity become more and more local. Then I don't know. Is there timing there? Okay. So, for example, this is a biogas project we started from this European Commission project. So, as a beginning, we just tested, if we can make a biogas from the water tank. So we make several tests with the student. Actually, interesting things about this project is we didn't work with any expert. So many students all around the world came to design our biogas. So this is one of the biogas system actually worked. Then I was surprised. One day in the morning, I opened my phone and I found this video. I didn't expect much, but it's a bit difficult to control, but just want to. So just farmer sent me this video, and I didn't know what it is. But I don't know, maybe I did something wrong, but I don't know. Okay. It's difficult to, okay, it's okay, doesn't matter. So the video actually shows farmer cooking biogas. They are making a deep fry fish. This was one of my crying moment. I actually cry a little bit when I see it. Was a very emotional process. So now the project is continued, become implementation project. So so far for this biogas, we got 2 IKI project, German government project, and we got also the global EBA fund. Now we again get another IKI project, also European Commission project. So now we are working on the scaling up of this project. So we are targeting like at least minimum 100 biogas production per month. And also we are testing if we can make biogas from coffee cherry. So, okay, this was, this was just showing that national government actually implemented this clean cooking stove as a national policy. Okay, so we also did crowdfunding. I don't know, I think. Okay, sorry, my staff changes slide. So, we get the confidence, this model, like doing research and implementation. So, we test it in other areas. So, for example, we working with the electricity project. So we work with this local startup, Crestia. So we are testing if the idea of smart fishery, like aquaculture, this for shrimp is working. And then also the, yeah. And also we do the, also we testing if this electricity, electric bike business could be working. So we also working from policy, and we are implementing the local. So both projects funding by P4G is partially, I think this partially from Denmark and the Korean government. Then also, biogas is a anaerobic system. Then we now looking at the aerobic system because like waste situation is so serious in Indonesia. Like for example, Indonesia just announced to close all landfill. So Indonesia has a 600 landfill, and they announced close 500 already. So this project was funded by JICA, Japanese government. So this facility can process 50 tons of waste per day, making 10 tons of compost. But during this process, we also learned that this is a obviously expensive system. And also, at the same time, it's not enough. Surprising, it's not enough. So
a Japanese company has set up a waste treatment plant in the Indonesian island of Bali to help tackle the country's dire waste management problem. The World Bank reports that Indonesia is ranked 5th globally in the volume of solid waste, with about 70% being sent to landfills.
You can imagine this probably 600 of these in
waste treatment
Indonesia.
facilities.
So
Amid these circumstances, a company based in Toyama
actually, this is not enough.
Japan has put in a
So what we started doing this is teaching children how to make compost at school. So we started from my village. There's 2 primary student school. So we just tested. So this seems working well. So we now tapping a larger fund. I don't want to say which one, but I think we get the funding next year, and then we can expand this to 70 school in Bali. Okay, so this is a compost system. It's a very simple system. But also at the same time, we learned best mix of bacteria for this compost system. So we can sell this. So it will be business component, also science behind as well. So one of my background is biology. So actually science behind, and there is business and education. So, think, do, be, think. So whatever we do, we have this 3 component. And then also we focusing on this agroforestry activities. So we have agreement with Bali government. We will reforest 43,000 hectares. So we discuss, Bali government do 50% and we do 50%. So this also connected actually, this compost activities, because we do this activity in the degraded land. So those places need a topsoil. So we hope to make a topsoil from compost. So we also have an education program. So this is a company we work in Japan. So they sent a student to Bali. So we are teaching, actually not teaching, we're showing what is a problem in Bali, and then they come up idea. Sometimes we test it, what they do. So, okay. So if you're interested, maybe you can, take a QR code. So this, we want to make carbon credit. We've been discussing 2 years with the company, but somehow after Trump government comes, they decided they not to continue to discuss. So we looking for carbon credit funding for this program. But this is still running as an educational program. We got small funding for just planting 20 hectares. But for example, this is the origin of this education activity. So Indonesian student, Japanese student together planting these trees. And then this is another emotional moment. So this was planted 2 years ago, and a few months ago, this particular tree had one seed, one fruit. So this was quite a memorable moment to me as well. So we not only planting activities, we educating a student how to do this. And then, I noticed that it's a coffee, so we can actually say it's a coffee. So we have research and education. And then, okay, so today, so actually this, I got the email today from GGGI. So this is not the Bali, so different island. So I tried to find the funding to start this project. So this area, nickel mining area. So I found this during this EV project. We do EV research project, nickel. So nickel is a battery for the EV, right? So this area is a nickel mining area. So heavily deforested and polluted. Then I was thinking, is there anything I can do? Then I do, at the same time, when I do the last European Commission project, Landmark, I didn't talk about. So in that project, we found the fruits called pongamia. So this pongamia tree can suck the nickel from the soil, at the same time fertilize, because it is a nitrogen fixing tree. So I've been sending proposals many places. Then today I got the announcement, from GGI, congratulations. So we get $500,000 for this. So we will start planting pongamia tree there. But this pongamia tree, again, this can be the SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. So there's a business inside as well. Okay, so I was so inspired by the art, presentation in the previous session. So we do some art activity as well. So this is my office location nearly 10 years ago. And then I've been making my office from upcycled material. So while I'm traveling, actually the one, so here, from here, so I first put the shipping container. Then, so this is a Google street map, by the way. So this was original like this. So, this was actually Sulawesi. When I saw Sulawesi shipping this broken ship, I asked some of my staff, can we get this? And then somehow they bring this ship to Bali. So I designed the office. So for example, I made a tree house in my office. So I do some art activities. So I make some, okay. This was my I try to find some drift watch. So then I'm from drifter to make some. So those big log I found. Some more carpenter team. Right? So he found this. And this. So we make the some construction yeah, so this is it's a second tree house we make. So in the back we making even bigger building. So I design everything. So it's already 8 years, not finishing. My staff and the family complain, but yeah, but I keep going this. I used to have a project in Barcelona with Barcelona. The time to time I see Sagrada Familia. Then this motivated me to continue another 100 years. But they decide to finish, so maybe I will finish. So this also we are, working with the farmers. So farmers just gave me, you can just build a house. So I just get the land. So farmer just let me build the house. So there's some mountain house we are also building this. So this is some of this is this is a bottle, like wine bottle. We collect it. So this is not, but the last one, the main office is, I think roughly 80% are upcycled material. So this is all wine bottle. We make it as a kitchen wall. So this is my passion project. I mean, everything is a passion project, but this is really my passion project. Yeah, okay. So, I cannot say, we actually have many more projects, but I cannot say everything. But also, I cannot introduce all my partner. So I just want to say thank you. I mean, my partners, I cannot say all the name, but this is actually not enough more. But actually, maybe some of you I gave a coffee. So this, there's a coffee package, or actually my website have this. So actually this is not a random photo. We make this, we draw this with my artist friend. So this actually people, like involving our activities. So there's, some house, actually you see the tree house, right? Tree house I designed. So someone surfing is me, but some kids, my kids and the Polish government friend. So, as we've been talking, I mean, direct talk this, we need a collective activities. Actually, this is not my work, actually, actually, our work, it's not only my, teamwork, right? Not the SHIMOMOTO work. This is a totally community or even bigger, like network result, right? So some time ago, like UN interviewed me, and then actually, I don't remember if I actually said this, but they put in the website. So this become another target. So I have to make a climate smart agriculture with 10,000 farmers in 5 years. I don't remember if I actually said, but they put this website, so this is my target. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so now time to have a comment from the Daniel. So could you please come to the front, three of the presenter, I mean, 4 presenters. So I'd like to invite the commentator. Okay, so I'd like to invite commentator Daniel. You will come here, or you want to talk to him? Yeah, he's a visiting scholar of RIHN this time, originally come from Switzerland.
Okay, so thanks a lot for the opportunity to make some comments to this session, which was very rich, were many insightful talks. So what I try to do is to pick up some things that have been said and also link them to the overall topic of the session. We have essentially two topics. So we have the altruism, the selfishness-altruism separation and the policy discontinuity. And so I want to proceed a bit from the individual perspective, then going all the way to the big societal question. And I found it goes also a bit in the order of the talks. And I found it really a very good starting point for the session, really the question of the inner awareness related to climate anxiety. And so this is really the basic starting point. We're aware of climate change, the problems, and then really the reflection where we go from there. When we look at selfishness, altruism, are we going this way or the other way? And what are really the factors there? I think there were some really interesting reflections also on the role of the cultural context. So we start with the individual context, the cultural context that guides us, that will be very different, as you pointed out, in different areas, and will basically influence to what extent what you said, pro-environmental behavior or activism actually from the individual then manifests itself on a broader context. And I think it's important to have reflections on what the barriers is, as you mentioned, to really afterwards go from the individual to action. And so you did this analysis on the Asian context, and I just cite one conclusion you've drawn, and then maybe we can explore that if we can expand them from the Asian perspective further on. Global concerns must be framed in local relevance, not a distant and abstract problem. Just especially you mentioned it, in the cultural context, you think more about your immediates, and so if you frame it more locally, you might have more of a chance to move things. And I think it's also a perspective that resonates from somebody from European, which is a kind of a culture that a lot of people have very different ideas and might not want to do something for the neighbors. And so that would then also mean, local communities, and that links to the other talk, to the green box in the middle, the local community approach that could be at the core and may bridge between selfishness and altruistic motivation, because also at the local level, like a common good becomes more tangible. And we talked also about the hyper complexity that was mentioned several times, of climate change. Can we, if you keep the whole globe in mind in a hyper complex problem, we might not go that way. We talked about the invisibility of things, and in the local context, things might be more visible. So if we emphasize that a bit, local community approach, and come to the second topic, we can ask ourselves, we have the policy disruption. And this links also a bit to the first talk that talked about the politics is changing above. If you have strong roots below, can we buffer this variability? And so have then maybe discontinuity at the top, but continue at the bottom. But I think here the challenge is also that there can be risk of discontinuity in local engagement and this was coming back to the talk again, the Russia example. And I think when we look at how surveys are made and where the climate is on the agenda, it has dropped down the list, and other things, other anxieties than the climate anxieties are higher up. So like in Europe, very much, but here I'm sure also, geopolitical instability, IA, do I still have a job? And so how can we deal with that to see that we don't also get a disruption in the local engagement? That's a difficult question, but I think we got also some hints today. in various talks. I mean, we have to have a community approach that is inclusive, including decision-making, long mutual learning. I think that gives afterwards also the strength that such an engagement can go through difficult times and turns also maybe negative energy associated with anxiety into positive energy. And actually, images and stories can help. And I liked a lot the book, The Three Pigs and the Wolf, and their eco house. In a way, when you see there, I don't know how much mutual learning went into that. And like, but once you get to this point that the three pigs and the wolf work together, I think this is also afterwards helps to have a more enduring engagement. The other thing I think is an important point is all language and framing, what you talked about, the energy, that sometimes maybe to keep the topic up, we need to frame it a bit differently while it's still about the same issues. We talked before about that climate sometimes is abstract, but energy, sorry? There's a comment. It's not. So then, yeah, when we put instead of climate energy at the center or food and so on, maybe we get a more, because we always need energy, we always need food. And so we might get also a continuity there. But maybe now I need to wrap up, and I talked a lot maybe about the local things, but I think also the engagement at different levels that you said is a very important point, and the scaling up of local initiative was a lot discussed at the RIHN, also at other occasions. And I think there's a lot of innovation going on at the local level, communities, but the spreading can be very slow. When you, for example, also think about organic farming in Europe, that has been a lot of local initiatives, but it takes 30 years until it really takes traction. And I think in the climate domain, we wouldn't have that much time. We cannot just wait for 30 years. And I think your points were really well illustrated, well made, that from the beginning, the three levels need to be connected in various ways. So with this I end, and just some thoughts of the very rich day. You can ask questions, but I think I'm only summarizing what they said. They can answer it better than me afterwards.
Yeah, so thank you, Daniel. Could you please sit down? And I'd like to ask Jonah, you want to reflect to his comment or?
Thank you so much for the wonderful comments. It also helps me to think about how we as a psychologist have to approach to this issue. As I said in my presentation, partly it's a natural issue. However, it's also human and psychological issue that somehow we can control the speed and the volume of the natural change. And actually it reminds me of regarding your comment on the something from abstract to specific issues. It reminds me of a comment I got from a professor in engineering in a Korean university, who commented that we psychologists tend to focus on the quite abstract phenomena in psychology, for example, climate change, or our behavioral intention to act on some climate issues. However, in engineering or more in natural science, they focus on specific disasters such as like flooding and some weather issues. So yeah, yeah, that's a kind of what we do as a psychologist, just to look at more like a general patterns in our psychology and our like feelings and emotion and perceptions. But I definitely agree that we need some more interdisciplinary approaches to focus on the climate issues from both abstract and also specific perspectives. Yeah, so there's a lot of way to go. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Is there anybody to have a reflect to comment or? It's okay. We'll come back later. So now it's open question for floor or online too. If you have any question, comment, please raise hand. Yeah. Gotta go. Okay. Right. I thought you have a question. So, okay. So I will ask some question. The Jonah mentioned about the worldview. Not only climate change, but also the environmental issue. We always want to understand the structure of the, internal individual mind and also belief, norm, and how connected to the external, behavior and attitude. So your question also remind me that there are a survey of the 6 Americans, they have a lot of questions to categorize 6 different type of the Americans, how they think about the global warming, including the one group very doubt about the global warming itself. Another group don't care about that. So those type of different type of the American exist. And another Japanese researcher do similar the questionnaire survey, and they found the 5 Japanese. So after, this is the current situation. So different value and different the belief. So what we will do next? After your survey, we understand different, the connectivity and different type of the people exist already. So how to, do for the future to achieve the carbon neutrality? I'm asking not only Jonathan, please, answer all of the speaker if you have a.
Yeah, thank you. Briefly answering to your wonderful question. We psychologists just do research, especially some people like me. However, as I mentioned in the presentation, education can have a very powerful impact. For example, in our study, we found that impermanence awareness rather than acceptance, which is more difficult actually. We can be aware, however, whether we accept it or not is needs more efforts. However, just by having, for example, students to be aware of our impermanence, we can make their their attitudes and their behavioral change regarding their environment issues. So education can be one approach. Thank you.
Right. Derek, we're not there, something?
Yeah, maybe it's just picking up on a few threads here, and I think perhaps that there's a shift, cultural shift, and we talked a little bit about this in terms of Asian context, but I think this cultural shift is a pretty necessary one because, of course, there's a sort of dominant Western model right now that's emerged out of modernity, and there's a certain proclivity and desire to create certainty, to create predictable models and this kind of thing. And of course, we're talking about impermanence is really disrupting that whole idea of certainty, because if anyone that does any work around complexity in systems quickly understands that certainty is a bit of an illusion, and maybe the sooner that we accept that, the better. So there are all cultural models out there, and part of that sort of dominant narrative, though, is, as I mentioned this earlier, is really about language. And English is currently, at this moment anyway, the most spoken language in the world. It's close to Chinese, so who knows, it vacillates between, but still, it's one of the dominant languages. The environmental movement is very much geared around English. That's a lot of the terminology comes in that frame. But English is ironically not an ecological language, and I make that argument because it's a language that's rooted primarily in nouns, not in verbs. 70% of English is noun, and also it's a language that really fundamentally starts with the subject. So the I, the focus of the self is constantly the first thing that you engage with in how you make meaning with other people. So if English is this dominant language in which environmental movement has emerged out of, and it's very much a fundamental language is built on a sense of self and a sense of individualism, then it makes it very difficult to think about interconnections and to think about movements. The other thing I'll say about nouns, of course, nouns are things, and things are usually objects, and objects are things we can objectify and not have relationship with. So if a rock is a thing, a tree is a thing, we distance, we no longer have relationship. If they're verbs, suddenly it's an action, it's constantly moving, there's a certain aliveness to it, and as we know, other languages do not have this issue. In fact, many Asian languages do not have the issue of dealing with a pronoun first before you engage, right? You talk about what's happening in the middle, and you don't center yourself in that middle engagement. And that fundamentally shifts worldviews and values and turns a very selfish perspective into one that's much more altruistic. So maybe I'll just stop there, but.
Okay, thank you. If you have a question, comment anytime. Yes, please. Mike, please.
Hi, I'm Gaëlle, and thank you very much for your presentation, Joanna Park. I really liked your presentation because I'm also did my research about forest kindergarten. That is like an education to reconnect children to nature in Japan. So I would like to make a little comment about the lack of awareness about environmental issues in climate justice. And I thought that the main problem of that is the level of education of a country. Poorest, I think that poorest countries don't have the possibility to be aware about environmental issues because as Bourdieu called cultural capital, they don't have enough cultural capital, but other countries like Japan are very, very high level of education, but they don't have enough awareness about environmental issues, and I think that it's because education system is very normative and conformative and utilitarist. So I think we have to question also the political decision about education because they have economical interests are a part of this political decision about education. Sorry, and so for this reason, it creates problem of well-being, like suicide and bullying and psychological problem in Japan, and the reconnectedness to nature is perceived as a solution for children well-being, as Mori no Yochien in Japan. But in Europe, it's the opposite because
speaking
Could you-
about, sorry.
Could you summarize your
Okay.
comment? Yeah.
Speaking about climate change is an opportunity to think about nature, and it causes eco-anxiety. So it's the opposite. Like Japanese have in their culture the solution about environmental problem, but are not enough aware about this problem. But in Europe, it's like the opposite. Yeah, it's just a comment. I don't know if you have reaction.
Then you wanna reply?
Thank you so much for the insightful comments. You have discussed many aspects of this issue regarding the environment, education, and also the political systems. Just as I talked about some characteristics of East Asian people, I personally think that in this cultural context, it's very important to have a strong group who raises this issue. Otherwise, because of the importance of the social norm, people do not really want to take actions. And the other thing about making people to consider some effects, some positive effects of their behavior action, it reminds me of a study that where we framed people's perception about the future society. So, for example, when participants were perceived that their reduced climate change would benefit the economy of the future society, they are more likely to be engaged in the pro-environmental action, which means that when they think that their actions could make a positive impact on their life in the future, they are more have a strong will to take the action. So maybe from the government or some educators, it will be very important to frame where the people can be kind of guided to think about some positive effect of their pro-environmental engagement. Thank you. Maybe
All
the
right,
policy
okay.
matters too.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to ask another question to Takama-san and Naoko-san. You know that this session will focus on carbon neutrality, and there are good science and technology as top-down framing. But Takama-san showing very good example of more bottom-up processes. So I'd like to ask, you how to connect the top-down framing as science or technology and bottom-up process with the society. What is a key point to connect each other?
Okay, so actually, this also, I have a question. Maybe I want to ask you, because I think the important thing is, of course, is you know that it's 5W1H, but I think many people focus too much on what, why, and some maybe how, right? Like visual language, the verbal language, last session. But I think, people underestimate other W's, like who talk, and when, timing of you talk. Like, my presentation, I said, I communicate the policymaker from the beginning of the project. And she said it's understanding it's better. So it's a village people when it's no point to communicate with normal farmers. I just go to the champion farmer. We call champion farmer who can influence other people. So other you better also think other W's, not only what and why and how. But I like to know actually is there a study like this? Is there other study like study about not the why, what, how? Last section is actually how, right? Visual and then like verbal, right? Is there who talk important, when you talk important? Is there a study like this? Yeah, climate change or this environment, like how you said acceptance is in no awareness and acceptance, especially acceptance was really important. Like, yeah.
Joanna, use microphone.
Oh, yeah?
In a recent paper, I found that regarding the political orientations, people in highly conservative group, they are more influenced by others. So like a communication, who they talk with, if they talk with the friends or family around themselves, they are more influenced by their opinions. So maybe it's a good way to make them be like more open to the climate change issues, just to consider who they talk.
All right. So, okay. So, Ilan.
Just to quickly respond to both of you on that matter, I think I think you're absolutely right. The question of who is talking and under what sort of conditions, and I often think of a very interesting study, probably 15 years ago now, by Dan Kahan, who's actually a lawyer at Yale, but he did a study in Appalachia of farmers. And the point was that their view of climate change was mostly driven by their need to fit into the community because they were dependent on their neighbors to do the farming. That is, that if they alienated the neighbors because of their different political view, they were in trouble. So they understood climate change. They actually thought there was human-driven climate change, but they couldn't admit it. They could not, they understood it, they were aware of it, but they couldn't accept it publicly, but personally. But so the who in that sense was a relational who was important to them in their way of living.
I think I'll just quickly add to picking up on that relational thread, in that when working with communities, we talk about change occurs at the speed of trust. And I think comes back to that relational aspect of who we trust, who's talking, who's missing. And those who's are very important in that conversation. And I guess going back to Daniel's comment about change in terms of scale, it is slow because the speed is if it is at the speed of trust. At the same time, there's so many co-benefits we can sort of bring in, and so that sort of changes the language in a sense. By changing the language, you might be able to bring in other aspects that are closer to heart to certain people on the ground, and that might be another way to approach change.
All right. Okay. So thank you so much. Your time was already passed. I'm sorry that I couldn't ask another question, comment. So thank you so much for presentation, and thank you for joining this session. We close.